Aloha. You stop smiling, friends, for me. I was thinking about that show today. I was like, bro, I need to just binge that shit. Maybe I'll do that on the plane. Just watch a bunch of smiling friends. There's like some 5-year-old kid peeking through the chair to watch it too. It'd be funny. How are you doing, show? Showman? Showmanship is what they call me. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, but I'm just anxious. Anxious. Silly, ruminating thoughts. Have you watched Last Night with the Devil? I have not. What's that about? But yeah, I'm technically leaving tomorrow night. Like, my plane leaves Friday, but I'm going to be leaving here probably Thursday to get to where I'm trying to get. Maybe stay overnight there. I don't fucking know. It's just like the second travel initiates, my body's just going to be in like anxiety mode. And I'm also in this weird spot right now where like I have 2 story sets I could like bang out, but I'm also not sure if I want that to take all day or all night. Well, you know what? Maybe we could just be like the most efficient reader of all time. Maybe I could just become like sick at reading tonight. It's like superpowers. Don't make a single mistake like Guitar Hero. Just absolutely rock it. Who's gonna take care of my cat? My family will take care of it. Hitsubasa with the 2, so here for the app, and thank you, my friend. Good to see ya. There's a new Quiet Place coming out soon. I believe it's set in New York. Yeah, it was like a prequel or something. Isn't it like when the meteor lands or whatever? Lost episode documentary style movie about a late night talk show from the 70s. Wait, what is it? Night with the Devil. Lost episode documentary style movie about a late night talk show from the 70s. Oh, okay, that sounds kind of good, to be honest. It's so good. I love weird, obscure humor. If you like The Mighty Boosh, is a wonderfully funky and funny. Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of The Mighty Boosh. I miss those kind of shows on Adult Swim. They I don't know, just kind of like that. There used to be like so many like throwaway comedies, you know what I mean? Just like stuff that was funny but like low key funny. You just like forget about and whatever. And that's kind of how you get Old Greg. I miss Old Greg. Andrew Batts with the 2 says, how about some spooky Jeff Bezos stories? He hasn't sent any in, you know? Maybe Amazon warehouse stories. Getting crushed into a box and then delivered to somebody's home. Slap that meat. 445. Perfect way to end the night after a 10-hour stressful shift. Yikers. Oh, Greg. You're sleepy. Time to wake up. You ever drink Baileys from a shoe? I nailed myself to Let's Read. Yeah, it's pretty funny. The title of tomorrow's video is I E-dated a psychopath. And I don't know why I like the term E-dated, just sounds so funny. What's the best story I've ever read so far? I don't know, honestly. Probably the one where the guy gets crushed by a cement smusher. Please listen careful, everyone. Listen very careful. I had to redo the roof for the A-frame shed. That's okay. It's just like whenever your friend does the blocks wrong in Minecraft and you just gotta go over and make it right. Everything is a learning experience. Andrew Bats with the 5 says, when you go down under, don't touch, eat, or drink, or even look at anything. Plus, tell spooky Gilbert Godfrey stories. Lots of them. Tell the... what was it? The aristocrats joke? Rebate for the E-date. About to boot up Minecraft. Hell yeah, dude. You gotta clean your room before you can clean your base. If you didn't drink any water, you'll be offended. Me? Nah, your water's yucky. It don't taste like nothing. What's the name of the video? I want to listen to it so far. Mud Lake is my fave. It was like a 4chan one, but I don't remember the name of it. Fight a big old spider down under. I hope not, dude. Did you ever see those videos where like people go to do stuff to spiders and they just like teleport to their finger and bite it and then scurry right back to their spot? Really don't want to... You know, some people think they can get like Peter Parker Spider-Man abilities, but you just end up getting gangrene. Am I riding a spaceship? To be honest with you, I have no clue. I feel like that's the engine of like a pod racer that I just threw a saddle on. Just absolutely boofing it. Would I ever do ballet? Yeah, it seems nice. It would be really nice to just like suddenly be flexible out of nowhere. Who's my favorite superhero? Definitely the Hulk. I like the Hulk because he's just like simple, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously his backstory is pretty dark with the way his father treated him and stuff, but it's just in a conceptual sense, it's like Hulk smash. Hell yeah, dude. You get angry and you smash shit. That's how it should be. Do I cook? I cook from time to time. The air fryer has been a lifesaver. No one has ever said definitely the Hulk to that question. Really? Or is that a sarcasm? That's probably yours too, isn't it, Derek? Hulk and Spooderman. Spooderman's cool. I just remember like once Spooderman on the PlayStation 2 came out, Spider-Man 2, they did a Hulk Ultimate Destruction game, and that game was so much fun. The Temple of Suffering, thank you for the 1. Canadian, appreciate you. Who's my favorite spooky person? Yours is Topher Grace. Spooky person? Is Topher Grace a spooky person because of playing Venom in the Spider-Man 3? Search up background sound of a spaceship to sleep to. It reminded me of you. Yeah, dude, do you ever listen to the banjo stuff in space? I don't know if the banjo noise will disturb your sleep, but it's quite relaxing. Could listen to that real quick. Oh my god, there's a whole channel called Space Banjo. That's hilarious. Do I listen to Nirvana? I've listened to quite a few Nirvana songs. I don't listen to them regularly or anything. Have you seen The Batman with Robert Pattinson? I tried a little bit. Wow, this is nice. Wow, this feels good. It's a little bit like Red Dead, you know, but yeah, I was gonna say Red Dead Redemption vibes. Yeah, that's funny. That'd be so sick if Rockstar made like a space game. Who Who is this? This is from the channel called Space Banjo. I really like it though. It's kind of a brilliant concept, honestly. Like, I could, if this is just an individual like making this music, I could totally see them touring for this shit. Deep Sea Story's your favorite? Yeah, this one's gonna be sick. Any advice for better sleep? I don't know if you have any money, but on Amazon you can buy this stuff called I've been using this stuff called Gorilla Dream. I'm not even joking. It's got like a mix of a bunch of shit with like sleepy time stuff that doesn't really hurt your natural rhythms or anything, and I take that like 30 minutes to an hour before bed. Deep woods or deep sea? Deep sea, baby. I was gonna recommend weed for sleep. Nah, weed, I don't know. I've heard weed kind of interrupts your circadian, well, not your circadian, but your REM sleep. But maybe, who knows, maybe it puts you in such a deep REM you don't even realize that you didn't dream. But I've heard if you have nightmares, weed helps get rid of those. Hey, Carrie Lang, thank you so much. Good to see you. How you doing? Long time no see. Open up your third eye. Look deep inside. I heard from you that if you take things to help you sleep and then stop, you won't be able to sleep normally because your body won't be adapted to the pills by that point. Yeah, if you take like really hard sleep medication, like Ambien or Trazodone or all that shit, that probably messes with you. Or if you take too much melatonin, an overabundance of like melatonin stuff can really mess up your, like anything over 5 milligrams of melatonin eventually starts to interrupt your body's ability to produce it naturally, from what I've heard, but it might be something worth looking into. But yeah, the Gorilla Dream I think only has like at most like 1.5 milligrams of melatonin in it. How do you decide what topic to read? People make suggestions and I have people like scour through the emails to find and edit some stuff, and then sometimes to fill in with, you know, a full video, I'll put some like true crime related stuff, not true crime, but like historical or true crime stuff in there just to kind of fill in. How much temazepam? Yeah, I don't even, that sounds familiar. I would avoid it. Anything on the pharmaceutical grade level, I've never really vibed with, to be honest with you. Can we see Pradeep? Sure, I think if you scour through the Instagram or my Twitter, you should be able to find him on there. Damn. This banjo shit's gonna put me to sleep. A sativa strain is less likely to make you sleepy. It can make you hyper-focused on a task or concept. Yeah, I heard this, what is it? The indica is the stuff that chills you out, but yeah, I don't really smoke. Do I ever post my face? Nah. What dog would you get? Probably a big one. I just like big dogs. They're usually pretty chill if you can train them right. Indica freaks you out. Golden Retriever. Yeah, Golden Retrievers are cute. They're pretty hyperactive too, I feel like, but I guess they are great companions. I kind of always wanted to get like a... Well, really all the dogs are so cool. Not a big fan, I guess, of the little ones, but I still enjoy them when I see them. I'm like, hi, you little freaking rat thing. You're cute. Indica helps with your ADHD. Helps you lock in. What country would you like to visit or vacation in? Well, I'm about to go to Australia, so that'd be sweet, but I do hope one day to pay a visit to Japan and the UK. Took forever for the Haldol to get out of my system. Yeah, I remember like giving Haldol to like dementia patients who were like combative. I felt so bad for them because that shit just like fucking makes you a zombie. Mr. Nightmare collab, hopefully some point. Maybe one day he'll want to get together. I think that emoji is moist critical. It's a moist critical emoji. Japan's your dream trip? Yeah. It's interesting to learn that when you go to Japan, they are very friendly, but they actively ask, usually always ask when you're leaving. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, dude? Should we just kick this off? I think we should. We gotta get to reading. But yeah, that was the Space Banjo YouTube channel. Am I losing it right now? Didn't you stream the other day? Time is a thief, Joel. This is true. My spitting, yeah, I had a nicotine thing in. It's a bad habit. Probably won't buy anymore. Yeah, Benadryl. I remember like hallucinating on Benadryl. Waking up in the middle of the night and thinking I saw like a huge like spiritual spider like crawling on the fucking roof. Why would Japanese ask, when are you leaving? I don't know. I don't think they like people in coming to Japan who are outsiders, if that makes sense. Some may describe that as racism. Just the Japanese way. Do I miss Keyboard Cat? Yeah, we need to bring him back. Yeah, I should get addicted to fentanyl. That'd probably be way cooler. Alright, friends. We got 6 deep sea stories. Let me just adjust this real quick to a good height. Oh, fentanyl's bad too. Shit. Everything's bad. What the hell? Where's all the good drugs? Back in the late summer of 2009, I was working on a tugboat that was assisting an oil tanker off the coast of Louisiana. There had been some storms and rough seas, so as much as we weren't in any danger, our tug had been helping to stabilize the tanker, which was way more valuable to the large waves. I always loved the water, and I still do. But on the morning of, I remember, August 17th, as we were guiding that tanker along the coast, something put the love to the test in a big, very bad way. I was in the bathroom when it happened, probably the worst place that you can be when you get hit by a freak wave. I'd been awake for maybe no more than 10 to 15 minutes, and then out of nowhere, everything got turned upside down. 1 second, the toilet was on the floor, and the next, it was on the ceiling. I tried to open the door to the bathroom, but all the lights suddenly went out, and I could hear the bathroom slowly filling with water. I couldn't tell if it was blood or seawater stinging my eyes, and then I finally got the bathroom door open, but I didn't have long to celebrate at all, because I felt this heavy thunk as the tugboat touched down on the seabed at least 100 feet below the surface. When we got the door open, everything was dark, water was everywhere, and I had no idea which way I was facing. Our propeller was up, our wheelhouse was down, and in the alley next to the watertight door which led to an exit hatch, I saw two of my coworkers struggling with the hatch as the water levels continued to rise. I panicked, thinking we'd all drown if we failed to get that door open, so I did something completely against my instincts and dived into the water to look for a different way to escape. I don't imagine many of y'all have been in a shipwreck before, but when your ship goes down like ours did and takes on a ton of water, it rushes through your ship in very odd patterns. Imagine pouring a gallon of water into an ant farm and watch how it reaches some tunnels faster than others and creates little air pockets here and there. Well, that's how I managed to get swept into a second bathroom, this one attached to the second engineer's cabin, and with the door having been swept shut as I pulled into it. The Choco Taco, yeah, Choco Tacos rock, dude. I'm surprised they still don't do that. I remember getting one for my birthday one time. That was like the best day ever. I think it was like my 13th birthday or something. I remember getting a Game Boy Advance SP along with, what was it, Pokemon Sapphire or Ruby or one of the two. And then getting like a shit ton of like soft tacos and a Choco Taco, and it was like the best day ever. Well, that's how I managed to get swept into a second bathroom, this one attached to the second engineer's cabin, and with the door having been swept shut as I pulled it into it, it created one of those air pockets I had just mentioned. At first, the water continued to rise, and I thought that I was going to be trapped in there and drowned. But to my relief, it didn't fill the bathroom completely. It only filled up about a third of the way and then just suddenly stopped. Part of the reason it didn't fill up was because we routinely kept all the cabin doors closed. We did this mainly as a security precaution, but it also secured parts of the ship from flooding and meant that I could cling to a wash basin in my own private air bubble at the bottom of the Gulf. And as I stood there in the darkness, I started to hear my coworkers screaming and yelling. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I figured that they might have gotten the hatch open. And so, with that in my mind, I decided to do everything I could to swim back to them. But when I tried to pry the bathroom door open, the door handle snapped off of my grip. I remember feeling a panic rising up in me again, one so intense I thought that I might lose my mind right there and then. But then suddenly, it just stopped, and I felt this same... But then suddenly, it just stopped, and I felt this strange sense of calm wash over me. Everything that had happened over the previous few minutes had been so chaotic and terrifying, but after that door handle snapped off in my hand, it felt like I had control of the situation. I knew where I was, I knew what I needed to do, and I had no choice but to solve the problem of opening the door. It was that, or die trying, and as crazy as... It was that, or die trying. And as crazy as it sounds to just think it to myself... Think it. Thunk it. You know what I'm thinking? I really might not have time to record 2 videos tonight. There might be a week where there's just like one video whilst I'm gone. And I think that'll be fine. You know, it's tough. Just realize how scary dying is. Just gotta keep your cool. Be ready for anything. And yeah, it does sound like sometimes... I mean, I hear that a lot in some of these stories where people are like about to die and then they just kind of find a certain sense of calm and either sort of accept it or just lock in. It was that, or die trying. And as crazy as it sounds to just think it to myself, All these years later, it brought about that strange sense of calm. It was just me and that bathroom door. Whatever came next, we could cross that bridge once we came to it. I remember spotting a vent and thinking that if I pulled off the steel grill that I could probably use it as some kind of tool. Luckily, it was strong enough for me to use the force. Luckily, it was strong enough for me to use to force open the bathroom door. But that wasn't like an instant thing. It took a lot of time and effort, and during the attempt, I heard the cries of my coworkers going silent, one by one. I thought they had escaped, but now I know different. Once I had the bathroom door open, I was back in the second engineer's cabin. I saw 2 life jackets, each with a small flashlight attached. I put one in my mouth, lodged the other in the elastic of my underwear, and then attempted to swim for the escape hatch. Outside of the cabin, all of the corridors were full of water, with no air pockets for me to use, meaning every time I ran out of breath, I had to stop trying to open the hatch and swim back to my air pocket in the engineer's cabin to take a breath. The first time I swam back, I almost missed the door to the engineer's cabin. It was dark. All the doors looked the same, and I knew that if I got lost or confused, I'd most likely drown. I later found out the exact same thing happened to a coworker who drowned in the mess room after confusing it for some place with an air pocket. To stop myself from getting turned around, I tore off some fabric from one of the engineer's coveralls, tied it into a rope, and then attached one end of the... Richard Strader, welcome back for 23 months. Holy hell, it's been 23 months. Hey, Joel. I'm working on a mental health podcast, so I was wondering if you'd be interested in being a guest. Yeah, what kind of stuff would you talk about? Owned by cats. Thank you for the 2. Hey, Lexi, thank you. To stop myself from getting turned around, I tore off some fabric from one of the engineer's coveralls, tied it into a rope, and then attached one end to the door of the cabin so I could use it to guide myself back whenever I ran out of breath. I tried again and again, but still the hatch wouldn't budge, and I eventually decided that I should save my strength, stay in my little air pocket, and rethink my attempts to escape. I had to just stay put, stay calm, and think. And I'm not kidding when I say hours went by. I ate tinned sardines and drank canned soda just to keep my energy levels up, but I had to keep my legs out of the water. I knew I'd scraped my leg during one of my escape attempts, and at first I thought the stinging was just the salt water getting into the wounds, but I quickly realized it wasn't just the salt water. It was little crayfish swimming up to pick at the peeling skin around the wound. I also thought the water level would remain stable, but after a while, I realized it was slowly rising from how it seemed to be creeping up the wall. And that's about the time I just accepted that I was going to die. I kept thinking about my family, and it brought me a strange sense of peace knowing that they'd be there to carry on without me. Sure, it had hurt some. My kids would grow up without their father, but they'd no doubt get a big payout from the company, I imagine. Spirit Wolf, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. And Spirit Wolf, thank you for the 2. Says your content is awesome. I can't wait to see more. Absolutely, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, there's like 30 videos now. Dig in. There's a playlist for it, just so you know, now that you're a member. Check the playlist, bonus content, members only. Mostly dealing with mental health and trauma. I got a lot of topics. I'll reach out to you on Insta and we can work something out. Sure, yeah, that, or just email me in case I don't get the message over there. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Listening from Alaska. Nice. How's that going? Any grizzly bears? Or polar bears? Be interesting to see a grizzly bear and a polar bear like cross paths. I've never seen that before. Sure, it had hurt some. My kids would grow up without their father, but they'd no doubt get a big payout from the company. And then on top of my life insurance, they might just get a big enough check to keep them comfy for the rest of their lives, I imagine. And thinking those kinds of thoughts was all I could do to comfort myself and Remember just sitting there, trying to conserve whatever oxygen I had left in total silence, just waiting around to die. Then suddenly, the silence was broken by the sudden sound of metal on metal. It was like a hard clunk, and although I couldn't see what was going on outside the boat, I knew that there was a good chance someone was out there, someone that might be able to hear me. I didn't scream or yell, as that would have burned valuable oxygen. Instead, I started to hammer my fist against the bulkhead, hoping whoever was out there would recognize that someone was alive inside the tug. And minutes later, I saw a light through one of the portholes and realized that there must have been divers swimming around outside. I took a deep breath and then dived back into the water. My goal was to find a porthole through which I could see the divers, so I went room to room, prying open doors, then heading back to the air pocket for another gulp of oxygen. Then back I went, repeating the process over and over until finally I caught sight of the divers outside. I remember pushing my hand up against the safety glass, and one of the divers later said he just thought it was another body at first. But when I started trying to bang on the glass, they realized I was alive. I wasn't taken straight to the surface. You'd think that might have caused more emotional torment. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, have you ever dealt with a stalker situation that really freaked you out? Does it give you comfort knowing that people would die for you? You'd die for me? Don't do something like that. I'd rather you stay alive. Yeah, I mean, I've had some weird messages over the years. Strange people. But nothing that's ever gotten too weird. Miss Pink Flamingo with the 5 says, been watching and listening for the last couple of years now. You're my favorite narrator on YouTube. Glad to have caught you live. Keep it going. Thank you, Miss Flamingo. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. And it's weird though, because it's like those messages in a weird way create a certain sense of paranoia, I guess, because if you ever see someone like outside of your house and their car is just like stopped out there, I don't know, it just makes you think, like, especially if they have no reason to be where they are, you're like, are they looking for me? Have you listened to the worst JoJo Siwa Karma song? The worst one? No. I mean, I've seen lots of memes from it or whatever, and like her doing her choreographed dance kind of thing. I feel kind of bad for her a little bit because, I don't know, just growing up in the whole beauty pageant bullshit and also being like a semi-celebrity. I don't even know. It's just a weird thing. When you go to Australia, be sure to get a hefty supply of bug killer spray. Yeah, is it going to be bad in winter? Someone was saying that they go dormant during that time. My father worked for a tugboat company in New Orleans. Oh, interesting. I wonder if he's familiar with this. You'd kill for me, but mostly just because you like killing. Wouldn't it be weird if like you had like a subscriber who was just like an ongoing serial killer? Being famous sounds like a nightmare. Your privacy is always being examined under a microscope. Yeah, that's why I try to keep things relatively low-key, you know what I mean? At least you don't post controversial things that people would attach to. Yeah, I'm kind of fortunate in the sense that my content is mainly just there for entertainment and consumption purposes. There's really, I mean, other than the live streams, there's not a lot of the content is like directly associated to me. So when I get comments, it's like someone can be mad at the author, but they can't really direct it towards me or anything. It's a big peanut butter. Nice, dude. I'll take one of those. Your own person 17. You've named them that. Will I be 18? I prefer not to. I sound like Bill Cosby. He's what? Do a Bill Cosby impression. No, I never had it recognized in public. When you come back, can we call you Outback Joel? Sure. The Outback Door. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, like, what if someone posted all your personal stuff in the live chat? Yes, guess who just finally got control of his finances back? Nice, dude. I mean, I think I think YouTube has ways to like automatically censor most that kind of stuff, or if they did, you just ban them, you know. So I would prefer that people don't do that. Do a Russian accent. Probably not. He worked with the company during the 90s and has lots of stories from his time on the boat, but not sure if he'd be willing to share because some of the stuff was traumatic. Yeah, if he ever wants to, feel free to send it in. Always looking for more stuff. I'm sorry that he had to go through that. What do you think of Australia? Pretty cool. Seems like a pretty cool place. Hopefully they are nice when I go there. When do I go to Australia? I'm leaving this weekend, and I'll be back in 2 weeks after that. Drinking coffee at 4:42 England. Dude, that's the best. Being awake at that time and just being able to appreciate your mornings is like the best feeling. You'd think that might have caused more emotional... Why can't I say this? You'd think that that might have caused more emotional turmoil than it did, and after being trapped in a wreck like that, most would want to return straight to the surface. But you can't do that. The sudden change in pressure might actually kill you, so I spent a real long time at a diving bell sucking air from a spare oxygen tank before I was allowed to resurface. The divers told me I'd been down there for almost 14 hours. I don't even think it even felt like 3. I guess my sense of time was disoriented, but resurfacing to the night sky instead of daylight made it feel like I'd time traveled or something. A bunch of medics checked my vitals to ensure my temperature and blood pressure were okay, and then they advised that I go visit a hospital. But all I wanted to do was get home to my wife and kids, so although I wouldn't advise anyone to ignore medical advice like that, I went straight home and gave them all the biggest hugs of their lives. I had some real bad dreams for a long time afterward. Sometimes I'd feel like my bed was sinking and I'd wake up with sweat-soaked bed sheets, which I guess prolonged the process of realizing it was just a nightmare. Other times I dreamed that water was rushing in via my bedroom windows and that my wife was unconscious. I'd pick her up, carry her to the door, but it wouldn't open, and the water would just keep rising and rising until I woke up. Some friends suggested that we just take a vacation, someplace really landlocked, you know. And that helped a whole lot. Stay away from the pool I stayed away from the pool for a whole week and a half, though, until I finally forced myself to face my fears. I guess the context of that vacation helped, knowing that I was safe, and like I said at the start, I've always loved the water. I'm just on it, or rather Joel is. I was just on this page listening to past lives. What's that about? I'm gonna fist fight a kangaroo, get the Australian experience. Yeah, kangaroos are fucking scary, man. Just like springboards of straight muscle. Can't believe I've been listening for 7 years. Deep Sea are the best stories too. Yeah, they're good. I think I have another volume of them too. So this is kind of a nice little sequel, I guess. When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming in. And it all happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten, and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us, and we had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore, so land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle and my big brother swam back to try and help him. My mum and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mum, dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted, and I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist. Oh my god, I had like a hair in my face. Oh yeah, good to see you, Tracy. Yeah, I do a lot of lives lately, usually my usual live schedule is Sundays and Wednesday nights, just to record for the week. Someone out your window, is that you? Yeah, it's me, reading stories. Floating around in my stand-up desk like a surfboard. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept... Yeah, Saturdays are for OnlyFans. Andrew Batts with the 5 says, swallow apple seeds, then poop in a field after you arrive in Perth. Yeah, I'm going to bring some invasive species through my butthole. Just kidding. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points. But at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old, disused prison on it that has only about 50 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time, too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me, and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay, and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mum, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven, and words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor's guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. And for 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. And for a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. And then over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until, finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moment has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me. Your friend lives in Melbourne. She sent me a pic of a kangaroo. Warnings of the golf courses. Are they just like filled with kangos? Kangas? Kangies. I have seen videos of people where like kangaroos, just a bunch of them hanging outside of their house, just sort of chilling like deer in a field. But I imagine they're probably not as friendly. Well, deer aren't friendly either. They just run away. Bring back a kiwi bird. It tastes just like kiwi. Do I own a PS5? No. I never really saw a reason to get a PS5, to be honest with you. I just feel like this, like, quote-unquote next generation of consoles felt more like a weird continuation of the PlayStation 4. Like, I understand that it was, like, stronger, but I just felt like there was, like, no games that made you feel like this was it. This was the next gen type vibe. Like, there was a pretty big jump. Honestly, I didn't even really play the PS4 that much, to be honest. Hey, see ya, John. Take care. God bless. Never trust a kangaroo. You don't know what kind of weapon they can hide in there exactly. They could pull out a mini nuke disguised as a Joey. See ya, Cranberry. What's up, Laura? How we doing? Back in late August of 1985, my fiancé and I set out on a 3-week sailing trip. Our job was to sail a 44-foot yacht named Dumaroo. French Polynesia. Okay, interesting. Emperor Palpatine. Blanky mode. Hey, see ya, Richard. Take care. Yeah, just email me. Let's read submissions. We can talk about the mental health podcast thing. Our job was to sail a 44-foot yacht named Dumaroo from French Polynesia to San Francisco, and we were being paid handsomely to do so. We had years of sailing experience between us, but the 4,000-mile journey was the furthest either of us had ever been on. We were confident that we could do it, but early on, there was a worrying change in the weather's forecast. Statistically, hurricanes happen really late in the South Pacific and tend to arrive in mid to late October, so by setting sail in late August, we figured that we'd avoid the worst of the bad weather. But as the saying goes, man proposes, and God disposes. 3 weeks into our voyage, we were faced with a Category 4 hurricane, which whipped up waves as high as 20-story buildings. We'd sailed through gales and storms before, but never a hurricane. We tried to escape it for 3 days, but the boat could only go 15 miles per hour, and so eventually it caught up with us. Once the hurricane hit, it was too late for us to turn around and escape, so we had no choice but to brave it head on. God, I keep getting like deep hair in my nose. This background, I guess, would go really good for this video. Maybe I can put that in the background and just render that. Sometimes it can take forever to render, though, and mess up, which is kind of unfortunate. You just had a baby, Deadly Emu. Congratulations. What's your baby's name? What game am I looking forward to play? I don't know, there's a lot of cool ones that came out. I was kind of looking forward to play the what is it, Space Marines 2 game that is kind of like a mix of like Doom and Left 4 Dead, I suppose, but I don't know. Honestly, games are weird now. I mean, obviously, I'm looking forward to GTA 6. That'll be cool, hopefully. Yeah, chess. Hopefully when Chess 2 comes out. Once the hurricane hit, it was too late for us to turn around and escape, so we had no choice but to brave it head on. We put on our raincoats and boarded up the yacht, all while 140-mile-per-hour winds and 40-foot waves battered against the boat. The wind and rain felt like BB pellets on our skin, and it was like nothing we'd ever felt before. But we were still confident of being able to handle the situation. We just had to wait for the worst to be over. At one point, I remember heading below deck to get something, and then I suddenly heard my fiancée yell out, "Oh my God." We got caught in a massive wave. I was thrown off my feet, and the last thing I remember is my head smashing into something before everything just went fuzzy. I think I must have been out for a minute or two, because when I woke up, there was blood all over my face and raincoat, and I was lying on the floor. I couldn't hear my fiancé, so I went topside to check on him. The last I'd seen of him, he was strapping himself into the safety harness, but when I went to check on him, the harness was empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. I remember screaming, but I knew I had to pull myself together. There'd be time to grieve later, and if I didn't focus on the task ahead of me, people would end up grieving me too. I knew the yacht had suffered irreparable damage that would make it impossible to sail. The navigation system, engine, and even the sails were all waterlogged or shredded beyond repair. But even worse, the yacht itself was taking on water at crazy speeds. My instincts kicked in and I started pumping water out of the cabin before using the storm jib and a broken pole to create an improvised. My instincts kicked in and I started pumping water out of the cabin before using the storm jib and a broken pole to create an improvised sail. And the only tools I had at hand were a sextant and a watch, but I had enough sailing experience to use... I gotta make sure I'm saying that word. A sextant. A sex assistant. How do you say... What even is that? Sextant. Instrument for determining the angle between the horizon and a celestial body, sun, such as the sun, the moon, or a star, used in celestial navigation to determine latitude and longitude. Interesting. Make a kid voice. Well, I don't even know how to do that. Oh, yeah. You're thinking Theo, he was an ounce off from being 10 pounds, using your stream to help me sleep. 10 pounds, that's a big baby, right? They're normally what, like 8.6? Is that the normal size? Hey, Megumi, how you doing? Oh, there you welcome back for 7 months. I think the story was made into a movie. Was it? Maybe it will be, I guess. The only tools I had to hand... The only tools I had at hand were a sextant and a watch, but I had enough sailing experience to use them to navigate to land. After 41 days adrift in the Pacific, rationing my canned food and water, I finally spotted land. It turned out to be the Hawaiian island of Hilo. Hilo? I gotta make sure I say that right. Hilo, Hawaii. I think 7 pounds, 7 ounces is average. I make big babies. Well, he's my first boy. That's cool. Chris S.Z., welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. Big baby. I make big baby. Well, let's ask ChatGPT. Hilo, Hawaii. It turned out to be the Hawaiian island of Hilo, and as I slowly drifted towards the harbor, I was spotted by a Japanese ship and rescued. And for weeks afterwards, I kept one of my fiancé's old shirts wrapped around my pillow. His scent was the only thing that got me through. I'd put all the pain and grief to the back of my mind, and once I was safe, it all came gushing out of me like water through a broken dam. And it took me many years to get back to sailing, and these days I'm much more cautious about the jobs I accept. I thought about retiring from it altogether, but after a while I realized that it's where I belong. And if there's one sliver lining to the dark, dark cloud of my fiancé's tragic death, it's that he went out doing what he loved most. Note to self, do not go out on the ocean ever. But I leave Friday. But I have to leave technically tomorrow to get to where I need to go to be close to the airport. Am I afraid of water? Honestly, I do have kind of a fear of like treading in open water. I'd really like, the ocean is cool in concept, but I just feel like humans aren't supposed to be there. And I do get pretty seasick, even just like whenever friends are like, we're going deep sea fishing or whatever on those like trips to Florida and shit. It's like we get out to the distance and I have to lay down the whole time. I can't even fish because my stomach hurts. Point down to laugh longer. It's a joke about edging. Nice. You love boats, but have a primal fear of not seeing your feet in the water. Yeah, me too, dude. If I can't see below me. And I remember hearing about like those deep, very deep blue stuff that whenever you're under the water and it just like looks like straight blue, your mind actually plays like a optical trick on you that convinces yourself that you can see further than you can, but there could be creatures that are much closer to you without you even realizing it. I have to wear water shoes if I'm in the water that isn't a pool. I have a weird irrational fear of stepping on sea urchin or fish. I mean, it's smart, yeah, and you never know what the fuck's in there. Could be people dump any sort of random shit, or like a sharp rock would suck. Actually on vacation in Sand Key, Florida, next to clear water, and I will not get in the water above my ankles, although I can see it. I almost got chased by a crab last night, and that was on the sand, yeah. The ocean is not much of a fan of people. But it is interesting when you finally get like some water shoes and you can like traverse through like a creek or something, like you have magical powers, you know. It's like unlocking like a new piece of equipment in Zelda that allows you to do stuff better instead of just like slowly, like stepping like ow, ow, ow. You're just like I can run across the water like Jesus, the Shart Lord. On April 17th of 1918, the SS Dumaroo set sail from Portland, Oregon, bound for the South Pacific. Owned by the U.S. Shipping Board, the 270-foot, 1,500-ton wooden steamer would transport goods between the United States and the many Philippine islands approximately 7,000 miles to its east. Its manufacturers, the Grant Smith Porter Ship Company, had high hopes for their creation. But right away, ill omens prompted hushed concern. When the ship launched in Portland during the spring of 1918, it tumbled into the water and smashed into several houseboats on the Willamette. This is story 4 of 6. It's kind of hard sometimes to come by like deep sea type stories, you know, or at least good ones or interesting ones. By Jove, you can read. Thanks, Dante. Appreciate you. Your dad retired. Now he spends 4 months of the year in a camper about 15 minutes from their house. That's pretty legit. I saw some meme where it was like, maturing is realizing why old people just sit on a chair outside all day. When the ship launched in Portland during the spring of 1918, it tumbled into the water and smashed into several houseboats on the Willamette River. The ship's captain, a hardy Scandinavian named Ole Berenson, probably Ole, right? Ole Berenson. The ship's captain, a hardy Scandinavian named Ole Berenson, dismissed the apprehensions of his anxious crew members, and they set sail for San Francisco during the finer climes of the late summer. The Dumaroo departed the United States in September of 1918, made a stop in Hawaii, and then sailed on to Guam. Finally, on October 16th, the ship sailed out of Guam's Apra Harbor. God damn it, it's all these places I gotta fucking say. Apra, maybe Apra? I don't know. Apra. Hey, see ya, Feisty. Take care. Finally, on October 16th, the ship sailed out of Guam's Apra Harbor, destined for the Philippine capital of Manila. Only then was it loaded up with its final cargo, which just so happened to be several thousand gallons of gasoline and a monumental shipment of trinitrotoluene. Oh, TNT. Nice, dude. Terry, welcome back for 25 months. Says, save this to wish you a merry vacay. I trust that my fellow Australians treat you well. Thank you, Terry. Hey, hopefully they don't throw me in a camp or anything like that. Trinitrotoluene. Trinitrotoluene. Well, how do you say it like English? Trinitrotoluene. What the? Trinitro. Toluene. Trinitrotoluene. Interesting. Only then was it loaded up with its final cargo, which just so happened to be several thousand gallons of gasoline and a monumental shipment of I can't say this fucking word, god damn it. Trinitrotol. It's just weird, it's like toluene. Trinitrotol. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why is it so hard to say? Trinitrotoluene. Here, listen to this person.
aka trinitrotoluene, aka trinitrotoluene, aka
Trinitrotoluene. Okay. Trinitrotoluene. Okay. Tri-NyQuil. Trinitrotoluene. Sweet. Trinitrotoluene. Only then was it loaded up with its final cargo, which just so happened to be several thousand gallons of gasoline and a monumental shipment of trinitrotoluene, more commonly known as TNT. As the Dumaroo pulled out of Apra Harbor, heavy storm clouds... As the Dumaroo pulled out of Apra Harbor, heavy storm clouds gathered on the horizon. Then before long, the storm broke in earnest. The Dumaroo crashed through the roaring waves of the Philippine Sea, its crew battling the elements to keep her afloat. And then suddenly, disaster struck. A bolt of lightning streaked through the sky, striking the Dumaroo's wooden deck and setting off a chain reaction which ignited both the shipment of gasoline and the crates full of dynamite. In the year that followed, survivor Theron Bean Theron okay, cool. Yeah, I feel like back then, I don't know. Isn't it weird to think that like a lot of everything you do day to day is all heavily based on like the lives of people way before you who had to like test things out? So most likely you're never going to be on like a wooden boat with TNT on it anymore or whatever. Or if they do ship it, it's going to have like really specific, protocols to do so. But it's just so funny to like think that like some captain was like, "Oh, come on, you bunch of pussies. Get on the boat filled with flammable materials and pretty much everything else to blow us to kingdom come." Andrew Batts with the 2 says, "Careful, self-defense is a serious crime down under." All right, I will be sure to run away. There's always a load of puppies we forgot to mention until now. Yeah, right. We also had a whole crate, a whole 2 tons filled with puppies and dynamite. In the year that followed, survivor Theron Bean stated that the forwardmost portion of the ship simply erupted into flame following the bright white flash. Soon after, the call went out to abandon ship. The ship's crew rushed aboard its 3-life vessel, which consisted of a small raft and 2 boats, but in their panic, the men failed to evenly distribute themselves between the 3 vessels. This meant that while one of the lifeboats departed with just 9 people aboard and 11 empty seats, the other became dangerously overloaded, with over 30 terrified sailors hanging on for dear life. Soon after, the 3 vessels were separated by rough seas. On October 26th of 1918, the Sunday Oregonian okay. On October 26th of 1918, the Sunday Oregonian reported that Captain Berenson, his second mate, and 3 crew members had been found alive and well. They had been picked up by a transport ship just 9 days after the Dumaroo exploded. Their quest for survival was over. Their shipmates, on the other hand, were not so fortunate. Theron Bean, who found himself crammed aboard the boat of 32, stated that they rode through the night until finally the rising sun revealed Guam on the horizon. Yet the Dumaroo's survivors were horrified when a sudden change of wind and current sent their boat off course. Floating aimlessly in the Philippine Sea, the men's hopes were reignited by the sudden appearance of a passing steamer. They began frantically rowing in its direction, waving and shouting as they went, but frustratingly, they remained unspotted as it sailed past them and into the distance. For the next few days, the sailors hoped and prayed for favorable winds, but as time passed, the situation grew critical. Their daily rations allowed for only 2 tablespoons of water and 1 piece of hard tack, and then after 7 days of drifting, they found themselves too weak to row. Around 2 weeks into their ordeal, the first of the survivors began to die from exposure. 3 days later, 3 days later, they ran out of hard tack while the heavens had failed to provide them with a single drop of rain. Okay. 3 days later, they ran out of hard tack while the heavens had failed to provide them with a single drop of rain. Some grew so thirsty that they began to drink salt water. All who did so died in agony just hours after their first sip. Other savvier sailors fashioned a makeshift catchment device, otherwise known as an evaporator, using their shoes, The boat's oars, along with some spare wood they managed to chip away from it. Ugh. Using their shoes. Oh, okay. Other savvier sailors fashioned a makeshift catchment device, otherwise known as an evaporator, using their shoes, the boat's oars, along with some spare wood they'd managed to chip away from it, with which to fuel a small fire. It was a creative but futile attempt to replenish their water supplies, and ultimately, they decided that desperate times called for desperate measures. After a brief but confrontational discussion, one of the starving sailors took a rubber hose from a bailing pump and fashioned it into a makeshift fishing line. He then took a knife, began carving off pieces of his dead shipmate's flesh, and after tying the meat to improvise... He then took a knife, began carving off pieces of his dead mate's shipmate... You think you're in love with me. Thank you, I appreciate that. It is kind of funny, like, when you watch, like, I'll watch, like, certain YouTubers, and, like, just subconsciously they'll end up in my dreams and stuff. And it is weird, like, the whole concept of, like, you do kind of, like, create a connection with a person that you listen to frequently, even if though they've never connected with you. He then took a knife, began carving off pieces of his dead shipmate's flesh, and after tying the meat to the improvised fishing line, used it as bait to attract nearby schools of fish. Eventually, a group of dolphins passed by, and after luring one ever closer with the tempting taste of human flesh, the sailors speared it, killed it, and butchered it. Theron Bean later wrote that the dolphins' meat and moisture were warmly welcomed. Dreaming of Jordan Peterson, yeah. You couldn't believe all the crap that I found inside your head. It's weird in here. It's weird. It's dangerous. Hey, Pink Duboo. You said you were pregnant too. Somebody in chat said they just had a baby, so that's kind of cool. They named it Big Bungo. 2 words. Big space bungo. Theron Bean later wrote that the dolphins' meat and moisture were warmly welcomed, but scarcely comments on the method by which it was obtained. Finally, on the 24th day of their ordeal, the survivors of the SS Dumaroo began to drift towards land. There had been weak celebration upon its sighting, and for the first time in weeks, the men felt some semblance of hope return. Little did they know, but the worst was yet to come. As their lifeboat approached white tropical sands, choppy waves caused it to capsize. The surviving sailors were tossed among a seabed strewn with Dude, why is the fucking documentary stuff, like, harder for me to read for some reason? You think it would be easier just because it, like, flows better. The surviving sailors were tossed among a seabed strewn with jagged, skeletal coral, inflicting terrible gashes and scrapes to their tender, sunburned skin. Some men were simply too weak to swim to shore, and drowned among the coral, failing at the final hurdle in a tragic turn of events. Of the 32 men who climbed in the Dumaroo's lifeboat on the day it exploded, only 14 of them lived to tell the tale. Those that returned were treated as minor celebrities and, like Theron Bean, were venerated by a sympathetic media that was already buzzing with excitement over the Great War in Europe. They were treated as men of grit, will, and determination. While those who died were revered as great Americans... Oh, that was part of... Wait. That was a full sentence. Hey, thanks, Jay. I appreciate you. Hop on the pole. That sounds dangerous. I'd rather avoid all poles. Like a firefighter. Gotta wake up in 5 hours. Night, Thick, so take care. Hopefully you get some sleepies. Hey, there's Drew. What's up, Drew? They were treated as men of grit, will, and determination, while those who died were revered as great Americans, men who braved wild frontiers not just for their own enrichment, but for the benefit of their families and their nation. Theron Bean claimed that, upon their passing, his fallen comrades were given a respectful burial at sea, but the truth was deeply and disturbingly different. Almost 12 years later, on January 1st of the year 1930, a man named Lowell Lowell or Lowell? Dude, never name someone with like a bunch of L's. It's just too hard to say. Hello, my name is Lowell. Lol. His name is literally Lol. Lowell. I can't, it's like Lol or Lowell. Lowell. Okay, it's such a weird name. Almost 12 years later, on January 1st of the year 1930, a man named Lowell Thomas published a book which stunned the American maritime community. It was entitled The Wreck of the Dumaroo, A Story of Cannibalism. In his book, Mr. Thomas claimed that after extensive interviews with one of the ship's survivors who wished to remain anonymous, he was quite certain that the shipwrecked sailors of the SS Dumaroo had resorted to cannibalism in order to survive. The book caused outrage and indignation among the vast swaths of the American public, so much so that a reporter from the New York Times was tasked with verifying Mr. Thomas's account. This reporter subsequently discovered that not only was Mr. Thomas's source a reliable one, being the Dumaroo's assistant engineer, Fred Harmon, but his narrative was identical to the U.S. Navy's own official version of the incident. According to the report, taken from a U.S. naval base in the Philippine Islands, 4 of the Dumaroo survivors passed away on the 18th day of their ordeal. One of these men, the ship's first engineer, has supposedly permitted his fellow sailors to consume his flesh upon his passing, and so they did. After carving off pieces of the dead man's flesh, the surviving sailors boiled the meat in a kerosene can. It tasted good, the assistant engineer reportedly stated. Everyone seemed to feel a little bit better. The next day, the survivors ate a little more, but this time, Harmon reported that the amount of salt in the meat made everyone sick and crazy. Harmon also stated that the proposal to cannibalize the dead was the suggestion of a Greek sailor he referred to as George. Wielding a hatchet, George was alleged to have demanded that they consume the flesh of the fallen. "We're all dying," he reportedly yelled. "Cook the chief, or I'll do it myself." Finally, on the orders of the Dumaroo's first mate, George the Greek prepared the flesh of the dead men for consumption, and did so. How do I say did so? It literally was Joel. It was actually a old, oh man, I'll always remember her, dude. There was a old, like, Jewish woman who was like a patient at a nursing home that I worked at when I first started doing nursing stuff. And I had to come around every night and feed her pills and fucking pudding and shit. And she was just like completely blind, borderline just like bedbound, you know what I mean? Like, and none of her family ever visited her. And she was pretty like nasty to most people. But she was nice to me. I guess she was nice to me because like she was mean, but like I just didn't really pay it any mind. I was like, you know, her situation sucks wieners, so. Because literally she was just like stuck in bed, couldn't see, and then you would walk by and she was just like, you know, pretty with it, you know, and she, every time she would go by, I would hear her go like, Joel, like, yes, what's going on? Where's my clock? And she had this like clock that she would like hold, and then when she would press the top of the button, it would be like, the time is 5:15 p.m. And that was like her only connection to like the outside world and her like sense of reality. God, it was like such a fucking sad situation, you know what I mean? Like, and I just remember like like feeding her pills with like pudding, and it was just like a, oh my God, it was like Rocco's Modern Life, you know, like type animation where like her lips were just like chitter chattering, like as they slowly like kind of, remember when like Squidward is going to take a bite of that meat, but it's just like a really detailed close up of his teeth, like getting close to the meat to like bite it. And that's how she was with like her pills and stuff. And man, I felt so bad for her, like mainly because it was just the fact that her family never visited, like they would show up, say like a few things, and then like they lived in New York and they were like very annoyed, you know, you could tell they were just very annoyed with her. And who knows, maybe she was pretty nasty in her, which goes to show you, if you do have kids, don't be nasty to them, because then they won't visit you in the nurse, they'll put you in a nursing home and you'll finish the rest of your days lonely and blind. But it's not like she deserved any negativity or anything like that, but you could see that she was just stuck there in some sort of like self-created hell, like reaping the rewards for life, essentially like being punished for living too long. Wart. But man, what an existence. I don't know, stay healthy, guys, and don't live too long, or you'll have me as a nurse. Spray her with like a huge fire hose just to wake her up. I'm just kidding, that didn't happen. I was nice to her. We definitely, you know, that place, we definitely kept everyone very cleanly, you know what I mean, to avoid any sort of skin breakdown and all that kind of shit. But God, what a fun, it was definitely haunted, like guaranteed haunted. I didn't see anything, but people always talked about like seeing shit and weird stuff. I remember working with this like one older Filipino lady who said she would like see like eyes, like cat, you know, like cat's eyes, like on a high banister at nighttime, and there was no cat there. Or she said she would see like a cat run across the hall and stuff. And maybe somebody had a cat secretly and we didn't know about it, but probably would have smelled the shit. Did her husband die or leave her and made her bitter grieve? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the husband probably was dead. She was definitely in like her 90s. Finally, on the orders of the Dumaroo's first mate, George the Greek prepared the flesh of the dead men for consumption, and did so under the watchful eye of a lieutenant named E.V. Holmes. The lieutenant went ahead and ordered the Greek to place small parts of flesh on the wooden boat baler that was shaped like a large sugar scoop, and then wash them in the sea, Harmon said. Afterward, the wooden baler was passed around to all. Harmon went on to state that George the Greek ate first and then, I quote, offered the flesh to Holmes, who took it and ate it, thereby showing the rest of us that he desired us to do likewise. We ourselves had come around to George's way of thinking, and we decided to go right on with what the Greeks started. Though the men had initially been horrified at the idea of eating their crewmates, they eventually agreed that it was, and I quote, the only possible means of saving our lives, and for our comrades it was a fate not much worse than to be eaten by sharks. After eating the head engineer, they allegedly also ate a Hawaiian mess boy who had grown so weak that he couldn't move. Following the publication of Lowell's worked in nursing home for years, got so attached it was hard to lose them. Yeah, I think I told a story about how like once I stopped working there, I like came to visit on my bike one day. I was like out biking. I was like, I'll just stop by, and then I like just so happened to show up on the day one of my like favorite residents that I had dealt with there was like passing away. And she was super sweet, gave me fucking candy and shit. She was like hardcore, like nicest grandma type vibes, you know. And I just remember like going into her room, and thankfully all of her family was there around her and stuff. And, you know, she was just like in that sort of stage of like filled up with morphine, but like slowly taking like her last sort of unconscious breaths, I guess you could say, until I didn't see her officially pass away, but man, it was weird timing, though, to see her off. Following the publication of Lowell Thomas's highly controversial account, the Dumaroo survivors admitted that the reports of cannibalism were true. However, the Connecticut Examiner went on to report that, quote, speculation still persisted about several disappearances, speculating that some men jumped overboard and became shark food rather than risk being eaten by their comrades, and grisly unsubstantiated rumors of casting lots before an unlucky chief engineer and Hawaiian mess boy were killed, cooked, and eaten. Reports of cannibalism and the allegations of voluntary deaths include details that are beyond horrifying. But perhaps one of the more subtly chilling aspects of this case is that, had it not been for a shift in the wind, or had the passing steamer... Dude, think of it. Yeah, how fucking unlucky are they? They got struck by lightning. Well, first off, they had to be on a boat filled with explosives. It's like... it's like filling your boat with a bunch of, like, Minecraft creepers and just being like, I hope they don't see me. And the whole thing just explodes. But perhaps one of the more subtly chilling aspects of this case is that, had it not been for a shift in the wind, or had the passing steamer noticed the small lifeboat and come to its rescue, this grisly and terrifying episode might well have been averted entirely. Interesting. I'm definitely had spirits too. It mostly feels friendly, but I swear there's a sinister ghost in the kitchen. You never know. I don't know, man. I'll never understand the spiritual realm. But it'd be so weird if there was like no, like, you know how like life in and of itself is kind of messy and oh hey Mega, how you doing? It's like messy and confusing and seemingly random at times, with no like the only law that we have on Earth is like the ones that we just decide as a collective, and a lot of the times that changes depending on the specific society. Like, you could be here in America and, you know, you have to wait in line at Starbucks, and then you go over to North Korea and you get your head chopped off because you brought a, you know, can of Campbell's noodle soup over from China or some shit. Anyways, wouldn't it be insane if like the spiritual realm does exist, but it's like just as like insane and chaotic as like real life is? Like, there's just like no rhyme or reason to it at all. I mean, that's actually a scary... I don't know if anybody's examined that before in like a narrative sense, so that's kind of interesting. Feel free to take that idea, but I don't know. How do I feel about your new profile? What is that? Is that Goofy with squinty eyes? It's pretty badass. I was sketching up some sexy pirates and mermaids. Nice, that's awesome. What is that for? Spirit Halloween. What you described as hell. Yeah, you know, what if it's just like all hell? You know what I mean? I'm not saying it is that way, but I'm just saying from like a scary perspective. What if it's all just like pockets of insanity? In October of the year 17... Oh, dude, Mega, I was thinking that would actually be so sick. I could see that going viral in a sort of meme sense. And honestly, Spirit Halloween is already kind of memed on a little bit, in the sense that, like, when Grandma dies and her house is up for sale, Spirit Halloween. I remember like posting a meme like that years ago where it was like, I was like, wow, my grandma just died and Spirit Halloween is already setting up shop inside of her house or whatever. And I remember somebody commenting like, I'm so sorry to hear that. I was like, okay. I don't know. Some people just don't understand jokes. But I could totally see, like, in a sort of like Victoria's Secret, like runway. Oh, dude, you should do that if you can. Do some sort of collaboration with like runway models where they like show off all the new Spirit Halloween outfits. Dude, yeah, that would be perfect in like the beginning of October. Oh my god, that would be like the best marketing bullshit ever. Just like a bunch of like hot Victoria's Secret bullshit and men and women just like walking up and down wearing pirate and like minion costumes and shit. Remember your stories of near-death experiences, angels. It's been years. I don't know if I quite remember them specifically. Your thumbnail is a Scotch egg with hash browns. Yeah, for some reason I like see your guys' profile pictures and I can't really get a gauge on them necessarily. So like my brain sort of just fills in what it is. So I've always looked at yours and I thought it was just like, I don't even know, like a guy with long hair or something. It's like hard to see. What's it called, the Buttersock Cult? I haven't been here long. It's hard to say. Nobody quite knows the origins of that. Hence it being part of the mystery schools. Hey, see you, Doozer. Take care. In October of the year 1725, a British trading ship known as the Luxembourg Galley set sail from the coasts of southern England. Under the supervision of Captain William Calloway. Make sure I'm saying that right. Calloway and... oh, whoops, Luxborough. I said that wrong, whoopsies. Luxborough. Oh, they don't even have it. Anybody know how to say Luxborough? How to say... Luxborough. Luxbury. Luxborough. The Luxborough Galley. Like Ghost from Call of Duty, hell yeah, dude. In October of the year 1725, a British trading ship known as the Luxborough Galley set sail from the coasts of southern England. Under the supervision of Captain William Calloway, the Luxborough was to complete a triangular trade route from the South Sea Company, transporting cotton for the South. Dang. Under the supervision of Captain William Calloway, the Luxborough was to complete a triangular trade route for the South Sea Company, transporting cotton, slaves, and rum between the Americas, Africa, and Europe. In the years that followed, the vessels suffered considerable misfortune. In one incident, more than 600 African slaves perished after an outbreak of smallpox, accounting for just over a third of its human cargo. Many believed that such a huge loss of life had left the Luxborough haunted, and that it was only a matter of time before the dead sought retribution against those who sailed her. It took until June of 1727 for their grim portents to bear fruit, but when they did, the results were catastrophic. After hauling a cargo of rum and sugar across the Atlantic, the Luxborough caught fire during the return leg of its journey. According to a 24-year-old second mate named William Boyes, who had served in the Royal Navy since his 14th birthday, the fire was started by two young cabin boys who noticed liquid dripping down a column of wood. Worried that there was a leak in the ship's hull, the two boys sought a candle to better illuminate their surroundings, but upon raising the candle above their heads, the liquid burst into flame. It wasn't water, leaking from the ship's hull. David, thank you for the 1, my friend. Appreciate you. Bring you back a keychain, yeah. I'm hoping to put the blue ring octopus, or at least a blue ring octopus, in a keychain for return. It wasn't water leaking from the ship's hull. It was rum, leaking from a poorly sealed barrel. Within minutes, a fiery explosion doused the hold in flames, and despite the efforts of the ship's crew, the conflagration, how do you always, I always say conflagration. I feel like I get that wrong. Conflagration. Conflagration. Conflagration, okay. Within minutes, a fiery explosion doused the hold in flames, and despite the efforts of the ship's crew, the conflagration grew. When it became evident that their attempts were futile, and fearing the ship's supply of gunpowder was about to explode, many of the crew simply dropped to their knees and began praying for their mortal souls. Others rushed for its escape vessel, a 16-foot yawl containing 3 oars. Within minutes, the tiny boat was filled beyond capacity with 22 men and boys, and 16 souls were left behind. A handful had adopted. A handful had opted to go down with the ship, but many more were asphyxiated as they attempted to commandeer a second lifeboat. The survivors rowed like madmen, trying to put as much distance as possible between themselves and the coming explosion. When it came, it showered the surrounding ocean with splinters and scorched human remains. Those who rushed the yawl had survived the explosion, but they were now faced with a new and potentially deadly dilemma. They were stranded in the middle of the Atlantic, with no food or water and no means of sheltering themselves from the scorching summer sun. After 2 weeks of drifting aimlessly among the waves, the number of survivors had dwindled from 22 to just 12. It's believed that even more would have perished in the coming days if it weren't for the decisive actions of some Newfoundland fishermen who spotted the drifting vessel during a routine trip. Sadly, despite his rescue, Captain William Kellaway passed away the day afterward, and was joined by 6 more of his sickly shipmates in the weeks that followed. Only 5 of the Luxborough's crew made it home, and although 2 of their names have been lost to history, 3 remain on record. William Boyes, the shipmate's second mate, who had been a 24-year-old veteran of 10 years at the time of the disaster, lived to the ripe old age of 74. The ship's surgeon, a Dr. Scrimsauer, Oi, Scrimsauer! Get over there! Scrimsauer. Is Scrimsauer a name? Yeah, Scrimsauer's a surname. Scottish, too. Huh. I even did a little Scottish accent there. It was bad, but it's funny. How you say it. Scrimsaur. Scrimsaur. The ship's surgeon, Dr. Scrimsaur, passed away, aged 80. Yet perhaps most pertinent to our story is a sailor named George Mould, who died at Greenwich Hospital, aged 82. One of George Mould's physicians at Greenwich Hospital was Dr. William Boyes, Jr., the son of the identically named Luxborough survivor. Not only had Dr. Boyes heard his father's tale of survival on scores of separate occasions, but he'd also conducted extensive interviews with his patient, George Mould. That meant that upon the passing of the Luxborough survivors, Dr. Boyes was perhaps the preeminent authority on the disaster and the survival of those that escaped it. Then, with the knowledge gleaned from his father and patient, the good doctor put pen to paper. In 1787, Have I heard the new Suicide Boys album? I have not, no. His 1787 account of the Luxborough disaster was picked up by newspapers on both sides of the Atlantic. Readers of the Boston Gazette and London's Evening Post were riveted by the events leading up to the ship's sinking, and marveled at how they improvised a sail and engineered methods of obtaining fresh water. But it was the account of the survivors' 5th day at sea which caused international consternation. And what follows is an excerpt from that account. We often saw birds flying over our heads and fish playing around the boat's stern, which we strove to catch with our hat bands knotted together and a pin for a hook, baited with a piece of the dead men's bodies. But with all our contrivance could not catch either fish or bird. The sensation of hunger was not so urgent, but we all saw the necessity of recruiting our bodies with some more substantial nourishment. It was at this time that we found ourselves impelled to adopt the horrible expedient of eating part of the bodies of our dead companions and drinking their blood. Our surgeon, Dr. Scrimsore, Mega with the 29 months has had the best time in Australia, Joe, and remember, rise up lights is razor blades and Australian. Compression socks on the flight really helps. I should get some of those. I was curious if that was going to be an issue. I mean, I imagine I'll be up to be able to, like, walk around and stuff, but I imagine I'll also be completely bed-bound as well. Hey, Hawk, what's up? But thank you, Meg. I appreciate you. Our surgeon, Mr. Scrimsore, a man of the utmost humanity, first suggested the idea and, resolute to set us an example, ate the first morsel himself. But at the second mouthful, he turned his face away from as many as he could and wept. With great reluctance, man, it's hard to read like old writing. With great reluctance, we brought ourselves to try different parts of the bodies of 6, but could relish only the hearts, of which we ate 3, but we drank the blood of 4. By cutting the throat a little, while after death we collected a little more than a pint from each body. Here I cannot but mention the particular respect shown by the men to the officers, for the men who were employed in the melancholy business of collecting the blood in a pewter basin that was in... What the fuck? Some cool prints on the socks. I used to wear them when I was a tech. Puppy faces were my fave. Yeah, I should. I just don't know if I have time to go. I mean, does like a Walmart have compression socks? I imagine they will. What's up, Cindy? Ankle and feet swell. Yeah, that'd be bad. I'd hate to get like a DVT. Deep vein thrombosis. I don't know if that would be an issue, but still. Here I cannot but mention the particular respect shown by the men to the officers, for the men who were employed in the melancholy business of collecting the blood in a pewter basin that was in the boat, and the rest of the people would never touch a drop till the captain, surgeon, and myself had taken as much as we thought proper. And I can truly affirm we were so affected by the strong instance of their regard that we always left them a larger share than of right belonged to them. This expedient, so shocking in relation and so distressing to us in the use, was undoubtedly the means of preserving those who survived, as we constantly found ourselves refreshed and invigorated by this nourishment, however unnatural. Obviously, since the vast majority of those who'd cannibalized their shipmates had passed away, no charges could be brought against any of the survivors. But to this day, the episode remains one of the darkest chapters in British maritime history. I feel like I need to read that again. The whole thing, not just the end. To avoid jet lag, drink a ton of water before flight and on flight, like way more than you can even imagine. It really works. Interesting. I wonder what that would do. To avoid jet lag, does drinking a bunch of water before and during the flight help with jet lag? Drinking plenty of water during the can help with the travel. Stay hydrated, adjust to the new time zone, get plenty of sleep, light exposure, avoid heavy metals and alcohol, or heavy meals. Stay active. Move around during the flight and do some light stretching. It says once you arrive, stay active and help adjust your body to the time zone. Yeah, I guess. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess it is just like good blood flow, or like kind of like being hypervolemic. Joel, did Leech mutated in the background? I think that's like a Kraken, if I had to guess. Robin made it. But to this day, the episode remains one of the darkest chapters in British maritime history. You don't anybody swear it works? Yeah, I'll definitely try to stay as hydrated as possible for sure. The one thing I always avoided on flights for the most part, whenever I don't really travel too far when I have, so this will be definitely the longest duration of travel I'd ever done in my life, but I would always kind of avoid eating throughout most of it because I just really did not want to have a bunch of gas while on a plane, because if you're sitting next to somebody the whole time and you have to because you can't really fart, and then if you have to ask them, excuse me, I gotta get up and use the bathroom, it'd just be so annoying if you had to fart every 3 seconds. Will you watch the flight movies or listen to your own stories on the way? I guess so. I really should plan out what the fuck I'm going to entertain myself with. Yeah, I leave Friday, come back I think July 5th or 6th, so we'll see. I really hope there's just no hiccups during the traversal. Bacon. What does it say? Oh. If it's a Kraken, why is it looking like leeches? I don't know, you have to take that up with Robin and criticize his tentacle work. It appears he doesn't have much of a future in hentai. Luxborough Galley. Alright. Wow, we're blazing through these here tonight, aren't we? I wonder if this next one's for... Yeah, next one's twice as long as all the other ones. Okay, makes sense. Get out of there, giant leeches are gonna feed on your blood. Ah. I don't have any blood left in me, as you can see. On May 19, 1884, a yacht known as the Mignonette, probably, whoops, whoopsie poopsie. Mignonette, okay. Imagine a minion that's even smaller, called a mignonette. Maybe that's the girl version of a minion. On May 19th of 1884, a yacht known as the Mignonette departed the English port of Southampton, bound for the coasts of eastern Australia. Constructed in 1867, the 52-foot cruiser had been purchased by an Australian lawyer named Jack Want, who sought a suitable crew to transport her to Sydney. But it was no small feat. Many experienced sailors noted that the yacht was an inshore boat, unsuited to long voyages in open waters. And what's more, even the most experienced of sailors were intimidated by the 15,000-mile journey, with many turning the job offer down before a full crew was finally assembled. In the end, a 4-man team was put together which consisted of Captain Tom Dudley, Edwin Stevens, Edmund Brooks, and a 17-year-old cabin boy by the name of Richard Parker. Almost 2 months into their journey, the crew of the Mignonette found themselves sailing in a gale. Sorry, I looked at that word mignonette and was like, wait, is that how you say it? Mignonette, okay. Arturo, what's up, dude? Almost 2 months into their journey, the crew of the Mignonette found themselves sailing into a gale around 1,600 miles northwest of South Africa's Cape of Good Hope. Despite the fierce winds, their journey was progressing steadily. Then, in order to enjoy a good night's sleep, Captain Dudley gave the order to heave to. In sailing, heaving to is a way of slowing a vessel's forward progress, as well as fixing the helm and sail position so that the vessel does not have to be steered. It is commonly used as a way for sailors to take a break or to wait out strong or contrary winds. However, just as the maneuver was completed and young Richard Parker was sent below to prepare tea, a freak wave struck the Mignonette, damaging a bulkhead and causing vast amounts of seawater to flood into her hold. Realizing the yacht was doomed, Captain Dudley ordered his 3 crew members to man their single 13-foot lifeboat. The lifeboat was of flimsy construction, with its boards only a quarter-inch thick, but as the Mignonette began to list and groan, it proved the crew's only source of salvation. Just minutes later, the crew watched as the Mignonette disappeared below the waves, having managed to salvage nothing but a few pieces of navigational equipment and 2 tins of turnips. At first, Captain Dudley managed to stabilize the lifeboat by constructing an improvised sea anchor, a device reminiscent of a kind of waterborne parachute. It dragged behind the lifeboat, slowing its progress slightly and allowing for more effective maneuverings. It dragged behind the lifeboat, slowing its progress slightly and allowing for more effective manual steering. The captain also determined that they must have been around 700 miles from the nearest dry land, meaning that they were unlikely to be rescued anytime soon. During their first night at sea, the crew were forced to fight off a great white shark using nothing but their oars. The next morning, they were able to catch a sea turtle by simply dragging it out of the water. This yielded about 3 pounds of meat each, plus the bones, which, along with the tins of turnips, lasted until July 17th. The sailors planned on drinking the turtle's blood to stave off fatal dehydration, but after it became contaminated with seawater, they began imbibing their own urine. By July 20th, the teenage cabin boy Richard Parker had become so sick of drinking his own urine that he began slurping up handfuls of seawater. But this only exacerbated his dangerous levels of dehydration, and he fell unconscious shortly afterward. Around the same time that young Parker began to drift into unconsciousness, Dudley, Stevens, and Brooks began discussing the prospect of cannibalism. On July 24th, Dudley told the others that it was better that one of them die so that the others would survive and suggested they should draw lots. Brooks refused, but that night, Dudley once again raised the matter and pointed out that while the childless cabin boy was most probably dying, he and Stevens had wives and families to take care of. The boy would be mourned, but unlike their women and children, his parents would not starve without his wages. This appeared to have been the most effective method of argument, as the next morning, Captain Dudley and Edwin Stevens made the decision to kill Richard Parker, as doing so prior to his natural death would ensure his blood was fresh enough to drink. Brooks, who had refused to take part in the earlier discussion, claimed he neither agreed nor disagreed with the decision. Captain Dudley then said a prayer, and with Stevens holding the boy still in the event that he woke up, the captain pushed his penknife into Parker's jugular vein and ended his life. Once Parker's heart had ceased to beat, the 3 surviving sailors began butchering his body. Ironically, and despite his early reticence. Oh, man. Reticence. Ah, a bottle of reticence. Is there any wines called reticence? It sounds kind of good. Ironically, how do you say that? What does that even mean? Reticence. Did I say that right? Reticence. Yeah, imagine if you were on a boat with all minions. I feel like minion meat might be pretty good, to be honest with you. Like, I actually, even if the boat wasn't, like, stranded at sea or capsized or anything like that, like, I probably would just kill a minion just to taste it, you know what I mean? I might even develop a enjoyment for it. Tastes like kangaroo. Ironically, and despite his early reticence, it was reported that Edmund Brooks was ravenous in his consumption of Parker's flesh, while Edwin Stevens appeared to have a change of heart and ate very little. Speaking of the scene that followed, Captain Dudley later said, "I can assure you I shall never forget the sight of my two unfortunate companions over that ghastly meal. We were like mad wolves who should get the most, and for..." We were like mad wolves who should get the most, and for men, fathers of children, to commit such a deed, we could not have our right reason. Just a few days later, the survivors were still feasting on Parker's remains when they spotted the sail of a passing ship named Montezuma. I said reticence wrong. Really? Reticence. That's what the guy said. Reticence. I think I said it right. Just a few days later, survivors were feasting. Montezuma's revenge. Oh, is this where this come from? Just a few days later, the survivors were still feasting on Parker's remains when they spotted the sail of a passing ship named the Montezuma and successfully garnered its attention. Finally, on September 6th of 1884, the Montezuma sailed into Falmouth Harbor. How do you say that one? Falmouth. Yeah. Alright, which one of you am I going to eat first? Wasn't there like a cruise ship in the more recent years, maybe like 2019 or something like that, or even before that, where they were just like, the ship just like shut down or something happened and like the place just shut down and they had to like shit in buckets and it was kind of bad? Finally, on September 6th of 1884, the Montezuma sailed into Falmouth Harbor, where the three survivors of the Mignonette reported to a customs officer by the name of Mr. Cheeseman. Initially, the men were greeted with great relief, as it was assumed the Mignonette's crew had been lost when it failed to reach its Cape Town checkpoint. Yet after explaining the grisly methods by which they had survived, the situation took a dramatic turn. Incredibly, the surviving crew members were remarkably candid regarding their retelling of the events, and openly admitted to having murdered young Richard Parker before consuming his still warm flesh. Contemporary defense attorneys who tend to limit their clients' vocabulary to the words "no" and "comment" would consider such a frank admission to be nothing short of madness. But although Captain Dudley and his two surviving crew members felt deep shame and guilt, they were comfortable in their confession, because in doing so, they invoked what was known as the custom of the sea. Since the very first days of humanity's oceanic exploration, accidents and misfortune have humbled even the hardiest of vessels, and those who survived their sinking ships, either cast adrift or washed up on some far-flung shore, were often faced with what was referred to as the delicate question: to eat or not to eat their dead or dying shipmates. Thankfully, only a very small number of seamen and explorers have been faced with such a grim situation, But with 19th century British culture being so centered around its maritime industries, such incidents became embedded into the public consciousness. For example, in the early 1600s, 7 English sailors were cruising through the Caribbean when they were blown out to sea and cast adrift for 17 days. When they reached the point of starvation, the sailors drew straws to decide who would sacrifice their flesh for the good of the collective. Ironically, the man chosen was the one who suggested the idea in the first place, but according to his shipmates, he nobly consented and was swiftly put to death. The sailors survived on the man's flesh till they reached the Isle of St. Martin, then following the repatriation to British territory, they were put on trial for murder. However, on the day of their hearing, the colonial judge showed a great deal of sympathy towards them, which in turn reflected the views of the wider public. The sailors were pardoned, with the judge stating their actions were of inevitable necessity. More than 200 years later, consuming one's dead shipmates in order to survive periods of deprivation became known as the tradition of the sea. And as recent as August of 1874, the crew of the collier... Wilson! Would you guys have eaten Wilson? If Wilson was just a big old meatball. See, that would have been better. Why didn't he bring a big old meatball with him instead of a stupid volleyball? Collier. Collier. Collier Exuine. Euxine. Collier Euxine. This whole episode's about eating people. Honest question, guys. If we were stranded at sea, which one of you would give up your body to be barbecued and consumed with Sweet Baby Ray's sauce and perhaps maybe some Texas toast? What's up, Cody? How you doing, dude? Wait, how do you say this shit? Euxine. And as recent of August... Fart. And as recently as August of 1874, the crew of the collier Euxine was said to have resorted to cannibalism after their ship went down off the coast of Western Australia. The governor of Singapore had ordered the surviving crew members arrested, and at first, the British government encouraged him to hold a judicial inquiry. However, when it came time to actually prosecute, you're muscly, I don't want to eat you. I feel like muscly would be better meat. Leaner meat, so I can continue to track my macros. However, when it came time to actually prosecuting the men, extended procedural wrangling meant that charges were eventually dropped, and this was no accident. During this period, the influence of British admiralty over their counterparts in government cannot be overstated. Many serving members of Parliament had been officers in Her Majesty's Royal Navy prior to their retirements, so naturally, they had a great deal of sympathy for the survivors of any shipwreck. This didn't mean sailors were free to murder and cannibalize as they pleased, so long as it was on the high seas. But under the right circumstances, invoking the custom of the sea could prove a powerful defense, and the surviving crew members of the Mignonette. Holy shit. Do you think there's like a zombie game, but it's like a zombie game on a cruise ship called the Custom of the Sea? Or no, dude, that's what they should have called Dead Island. Or maybe had like a DLC, or maybe even just like a mission name called Custom of the Sea. That would have been sick. A mission that like takes place, you have to go out to a boat or whatever, and everybody's been eaten. Sorry, Elvis, you have no choice in the matter. We're gonna roast you. Put a little apple in your mouth if you're cool with that. Maybe a mango if we have one. Just like all these items to like make you taste better. And we're like, why didn't you just eat those? What do you mean? They're only good as complimentary items. They're good as sides. You think we wanted to just eat sides and hors d'oeuvres the whole time? Yuck. You needed like primary protein. But under the right circumstances, invoking the custom of the sea could prove a powerful defense, and the surviving crew members of the Mignonette, I gotta be honest, I keep forgetting how to say that. Mignonette, I don't know, I forget. And the surviving crew members of the Mignonette knew this all too well. Yet after relaying their story of survival at the Falmouth Customs officer, oh yes, Miss Morris, this will be out. It might be a little bit before this episode's out. Tomorrow's video is going to be some Reddit stories, but yeah, this will definitely be out within a couple weeks. Maybe next week, I think. Falmouth, okay. Yet after relaying their story of survival to the Falmouth Custom... God, now I have a lisp. Yet after relaying their story of survival to the Falmouth Customs officer, the deliciously named Mr. Cheeseman... Why does it... God damn it. Mr. Cheeseman, I'm cheesed to meet you. Yet after relaying their story of survival to the Falmouth Customs officer, the deliciously named Mr. Cheeseman, the survivors found themselves standing before a police officer named Sergeant Laverty, and they were informed that, although they were not being placed under arrest, they were not permitted to leave Falmouth until the situation had been resolved. In the hours that followed, an emergency meeting of the harbor's commissioners yielded the following report. The police have apprehended Thomas Dudley, Ed Stevens, and E. Brooks of the yacht Mignonette on a charge of killing at sea on the 20th of July last, the boy Richard Parker after being for 18 days at sea with no food or drink. Summonses were also served on 2 seamen of the German bark Mock. Is it Moctezuma or Montezuma? I thought it was Montezuma. Did I get it wrong the whole fucking time? Montezuma, right? Wait, what? Summonses were also served on 2 seamen of the German bark. I assume Montezuma. Bork. Oh, they spelled it weird. Yeah, it's all good. Summonses were also served on 2 seamen of the German bark Montezuma, as witnesses in the case being those who cleared the boat of the remains of Parker. When news of the macabre story spread around Falmouth, there seemed to be a surprising amount of sympathy for the Mignonette survivors. When they were officially arrested, a local businessman? When they were officially arrested, a local businessman named John Burton paid a generous amount to bail them out of prison, and even though he had eaten heartily of Parker's butchered flesh, they were... Hello, kitty. What are you doing down there? You're just sitting at my feet. That's my favorite veggie. Is a potato a vegetable? Broccoli's pretty good, I guess. Peas? Just like never had them before. I don't know. I've never even eaten them once. Steamed spinach. Yeah, not bad, I guess. I remember I used to just like eat spinach out of the bag, those like pre-washed bags, and just like. I definitely used spinach a lot for making shakes back in the day. Raw liver. When they were officially arrested, a local businessman named John Burton paid a generous amount to bail them out of prison, and even though he had eaten heartily of Parker's butchered flesh, there were deafening cries for clemency when it was heard that Edmund Brooks had refused to take part in the boy's murder. Brooks was acquitted, but despite the controversy, Ed Stevens and Captain Dudley were to be put on trial for murder. Following their transfer to an Exeter. We're all doomed. Pretty much all veggies, not a huge squash fan. Oh yeah, I do actually like squash a little bit, I guess. Like squash and spinach, but like sort of steamed, so they're sort of mushy. Oh yeah, asparagus, and I remember like bacon wrapped asparagus was pretty yummy. Oh my god, the best one was when you could like make bacon wrapped asparagus that actually isn't like, the asparagus isn't chewy. Like you could somehow like bite through both the bacon and the asparagus all as like one delicious morsel. Beans on toast. Potato. Cook 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. Cook 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. Potatoes? What's potatoes, precious? Following their transfer to an Exeter courthouse, Stevens and Dudley were found guilty of Richard Parker's murder and condemned to hang. Yet as one might imagine, the decision was met with outrage from both the Admiralty and Admiralty. Okay. Yet, as one might imagine, the decision was met with outrage from both the Admiralty and the wider British public. And finally, after lengthy and considerable pressure, the death warrants for Stevens and Dudley were torn up, and their sentences were reduced to a mere 6 months' imprisonment. The case of the Crown versus Dudley and Stevens is one of the few 19th century criminal procedures still analyzed by law students today. It is also the inspiration for the name of the Bengal tiger in Jan Martel's work, Life of Pi. Wait, Life of P or Life of Pi? Life of Penis. I've never seen that movie. Pie, okay. Life of Pooh. Life of a Meat Pie. I need to see that movie. It was also the inspiration for the name of the Bengal tiger in Jan Martel's work, Life of Pi. Some mistakenly believe that the case also inspired Edgar Allan Poe's only complete novel, The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket, and it's easy to understand why. Told from the perspective of the eponymous Gordon Pym, Pim poop pippity poop pee pie. Anthony Pym. Anthony Gordon Pym. Hey Joel, yo always hated my birthday. What are you talking about? Told from the perspective of the... I gotta make sure I'm saying all this right. Gordon Pym. Eponymous. Told from the perspective of the eponymous Gordon Pym, it recounts the tale of a perilous sea voyage in which, following a mutiny and monstrous storm, Pym finds himself in charge of the ship's battered remains and, accompanied by just 3 others, Augustus, Peters, and a young cabin boy by the name of Richard Parker. Halfway through the novel, having survived for days on nothing but scraps of turtle meat and drops of fresh water, the desperate survivors are forced to invoke the so-called custom of the sea and begin drawing lots to determine the victim. In the end, it comes down to just Gordon Pym and Richard Parker, and it is Parker who was chosen to be eaten. Yet the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket was not published in the aftermath of Mignonette. Yet the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket was not published in the aftermath of the Mignonette sinking. It was published in 1838, a full 46 years before the Mignonette sank, and 29 years before Richard Parker, the ill-fated cabin boy, was even conceived. Some suggested this was evidence of Poe's morbid prescience. Prescience? That is creepy. What the fuck? Prescience. Prescience. Some suggested this was evidence of Poe's morbid prescience, a symptom of his ever-lingering genius. But perhaps such a coincidence is suggestive of the repetitive and inevitable nature of the event itself. For since the very first days of humanity's oceanic exploration, accidents and misfortune have humbled even the hardiest of vessels. And so perhaps those who survive disasters involving interstellar starships, who end up stranded on some far-flung shore, will once again be faced with what was once referred to as the delicate question. Let me read that again. And so perhaps those who survive disasters involving interstellar starships, who end up stranded on And so perhaps those who survive disasters do I have to really say it like that? I killed Mexter Jackson? How do you know? And so perhaps those who survive disasters involving interstellar starships, who ended up stranded on some far-flung shore, will once again be faced with what was once referred to as the delicate question. Sergeant Lavatory, yeah, Sergeant Farty McFart. Okay, I gotta read an outro for this one. I'm like half in, half. What do I think of Joel Osteen? I don't know. I don't really like the idea of like mega churches, and it's like very unchristian to be like, I don't know, selling Jesus and making a bunch of money. Because, like, Jesus was, famous for saying, a fox has a hole, but I have nowhere to lay my head, you know what I mean? So it's, like, pretty clear that he existed for the most part as just sort of in a village and then pretty much homeless and wandering around nomadically for, the days of the gospel stories and stuff. So I don't know. I guess just objectively speaking, from a comparative standpoint, Joel Osteen is a fraud, really, in the sense that the thing that he's perpetuating or pushing is just not consistent. You know what I mean? Regardless of who he is as a person, even though I really, at the end of the day, don't really care, because a lot of people make money in very odd and strange ways. And I guess if it's legal, what can you do? People enjoy it and helps them, I guess. Yeah, Jesus was a pack slanger. He'd been slanging them trees. Alright, yes, we must read the outro. Oh, crap. Okay, I could read another set after this one, since this one blazed by so quickly. I'm just on the fence. I am on the fence. I'm sitting directly on the fence. The little spikes on it are going up my butt. What do I do? What do I do, Lord? Jesus' sister lived in the palace. Really? I guess they don't really talk much about his siblings, do they? I was a nasty girl. I'm a boy. Do it. Don't do it. Don't mess with the algorithm. Yeah. That sounds like Donald Trump's manner of speaking. Sounds oddly familiar, folks. Very strange. Very familiar to my ears. I'm good at picking that kind of stuff. Probably the best. Alright, let's read this outro. You guys gotta think of something funny for me to say, and then I will probably read more. Okay. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 7 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/letsreadofficial, or over email, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered from members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember to always click it or tick it. The ocean be a harsh mistress, yahar. I did actually say nasty girl at the end of the last one, so you'll get to hear that tomorrow. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading, guys. It's not over. It's not over, yeah. We gon' keep going. We gon' keep pushing through. And these next ones are about food delivery. Cyber Chemist, thank you for the 10, my friend. Appreciate you. Do we know about Joy Junction? I don't think so. What's that? Oh, the message didn't send. I'm sorry. You can just at me. I'll read it. Thought I was pulling out. I can't. You know. We gotta be a completionist. We gotta finish what we started. In my early 20s, I had a knack for spending more money than I could afford. When I got my first real taste of making money, it's not an understatement to say that I was reckless. One of the first things I did was get a new car with extremely high payments. Instead of leasing a smaller, cheaper car, I decided that I was going to buy a BMW. It's not a top-of-the-line one, but still a BMW, and my payments were over $600 a month, which may not seem like a lot for some people, but for me, it was crippling. I barely made enough money to pay my bills, and I still lived with my parents at the time, and so I found myself doing all sorts of tasks for friends and family members to make some extra money. I regularly watched my friend Dom's dog. Dom had to go out of state every other weekend for his job, and since he didn't have a wife or girlfriend, he had me as his dog sitter. And I did this for about 6 months and honestly loved the job. He lived in a nice and quiet neighborhood. The dog, Willard, was a golden retriever and was such a good dog, not to mention easy to care for. And these bi-monthly trips to Dom's were something I looked forward to. But like most good things in the world, it eventually came to an end. I'm sorry about the pessimistic attitude, but the last time I watched Willard, the evening started like every other weekend dog-sitter trip. We'd play in the yard for a while, go for a walk, and then wind down at around 9 p.m. One of the reasons why Dom trusted me as... I've been a nasty girl. Yeah, big waste of money. Yeah, I also noticed that the newer BMWs have like beaver teeth. Once my friend pointed that out to me, it made me think that BMWs look kind of ugly. At least the newer ones do. Just like big old, like has a big old grill like a Cadillac, but it just looks very beaver teeth-esque. You have a specific time you go live? I usually tell myself I want to go live by like 9 p.m., but that don't always work. Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Rock? Definitely Stone Cold for sure. I've kind of had enough of The Rock, honestly. You've seen him in so many movies for so long, and he's just been so popular just for like no other reason than just being The Rock, you know? It's like he's someone that should be on like Mount Rushmore. Like if he was put on the side of Mount Rushmore, like I would just be like, yeah, sure, that's fine. It seems normal. You recently posted your first coronation video as a new channel. Alright, yeah, let's check it out. It better not be AI, or I'm gonna lose my mind. Can we all listen together? Live reaction. 4 true scary horror stories.
It all started during the pandemic. I think it was the year 2021 or something.
I like the voice.
My little sister
it
and
sounds
I moved
authentic.
into my mum's house due to reasons of my dad moving away for work. The house was okay for most, nothing out of the ordinary. That was until strange things started happening. Doors started opening and closing on their own, people walking around the house despite me being alone, and hearing your name being called even though no one was there. But it wasn't something I couldn't handle, so I just shrugged it off. And this particular night, I couldn't fall asleep, which is weird because usually around this time of night, I would be blacked out. I hysterically crying and sobbing on the other end. She started hyperventilating, and almost like a manic screaming started.
Yeah, it's good, man. Good voice. I like it. You guys should go subscribe to him and give him a follow. Sorry if it's bad. Yes, my real voice. I'm against AI narrations. Yeah, it just doesn't really... I don't know. It just doesn't sound authentic whenever it's AI and stuff. But yeah, it's good. I mean, I didn't really look at the... I mean, I guess you need a thumbnail. It's just a fireplace. But the fireplace works as of now, and it looks like... You know, I'm sure you'll figure out the thumbnail game and all that kind of stuff. It's a tough world to jump into, the whole narrations thing. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes you really have to, like, change it up or do something... Like, it definitely seems like people like the, you know, like Mr. Balin and that chapter and, you know, Lighthouse Horror, that kind of stuff kind of pops off because their face is on camera. That's not to say you have to put your face on camera, but if you kind of get it planned out, you know, I can see people, like, making connections, but a title like 4 True Scary Horror Stories, it might not pop off the same way that, I don't know, maybe a more clickbaity title would if it were to be. I don't know. It's hard to say sometimes. Sonia, thank you for the gifter to Andrea Strong. Natanator. Oh yeah, Natanator. Holy shit. I forgot about that guy. Natanator 77. Man, that's a throwback. Oh wow, he posted 5 months ago. He sounds like he's a Kiwi.
Wins. Unless you happen to be a fiddler named Johnny or are being represented by Daniel Webster, you're probably going to get your ass handed to you. But if you're determined enough to want to face the risks and the long...
That's crazy, man. Yeah, sadly hiatuses destroy channels. Unfortunate. When was the last time prior to that? Seems like he was posting like once a month at least or something. He probably should have named the videos like, instead of creepypasta dash lazy Saturday night, he should have named it lazy Saturday night dash creepypasta. I feel like that would have been more palatable, maybe, but I don't know. It is what it is. You never quite understand why people's channels pop off and some don't, you know? Yeah, thank you again, Sonia. And Honeycomb Heart. Welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Is there a segment of the narration community that does stories other than spooky, like fantasy stories or sci-fi, or is it all horror, true crime? Yeah, I don't know, honestly. I haven't really looked into it too much. I used to do sci-fi back in the day and some different things, but I saw that horror was just like one of the most popular things, so I just sort of fell in line there, you know what I mean? But I should definitely look into it. I'm sure you can find stuff. May you mention me in my videos so you can comment on them. I mean, I probably won't even see the mention, to be honest. I think sometimes people mention stuff, but it's like the area in which YouTube notifies you about that kind of stuff is kind of tucked away where no one really ever checks. Honeycomb Heart, thank you again. Yeah, good to see you. How did you find the voice? I don't know. I mean, this is my voice here, and you know, you can go back through my old ones and you can hear like hi, how's it going? Good to see you. All right. Fantastic. Welcome back. But then I tried to be scary, so I deepened my voice a little bit and made it more like this, but sometimes I would talk a little bit too slow and people will get annoyed with that. So I brought it up just a little bit and found a sort of happy medium between deep and normal, I guess, for the most part, just to keep speed up and still seem relatively spooky. I've been a nasty girl. I've been a nasty girl. One of the reasons why Dom trusted me was because he knew I could never have people over or anything like that because I would work early in the mornings on the weekends. Usually I would be asleep around 10, but on this Saturday night, I was invested in a movie that ended a little after 11. The movie was Inception, just in case you were wondering. And after the movie, I let Willard out while I got myself ready for bed. I always felt weird about sleeping in Dom's bedroom, so I would usually sleep on the couch with the dog. Just as I was getting comfortable, the doorbell rang. I looked at the clock, and it was about 11:16 p.m. My mind immediately met... What were you doing when that spark hit that you decided that this is what you were going to do? I guess, like, I wanted to do YouTube. I thought narration would be the thing for show, because it seemed like easily replicatable and you could post frequently, and I wouldn't, like, get burnt out from it too much. And then I found the creepypasta community. I was like, okay, this has success, because I would see people like Mr. Creepypasta have, like, you know, thousands and thousands of views on his video, and I was like, okay. I'd see people talking about like Five Nights at Freddy's get a bunch of views, and then I started seeing like Mr. Nightmare pop up and like getting a ton of views on True Scary Story stuff, along with like Corpse Husband and various others. And I was like, okay, this seems to be a direction it could go in. And then by 2017, I was like, holy shit, I'm actually making money from this, and it's doable. And then it started to replace my income from like my previous job, and I was like, okay, this is weird. And I paid off my student loans, and then at that point I was like, well, I paid off my student loans. If I never go back to this old job, I won't feel bad about it, you know. And then I was just like, I was like, fuck it, let's go full time. My parents listen to me. My mom will listen to some stuff whenever it would pop up on social media and stuff like that, but I don't think she like actively listens to the podcast or anything for entertainment or anything like that. My calm voice would get someone to admit to a crime. Yeah, you guys should tell me all the crimes that you committed in the chat, just so we know, you know? We started with Creepypasta Jr. Dunkin' Donuts video that took me down the rabbit hole of creepypastas. Yeah, I remember someone asked me what happened to Creepypasta Jr. I haven't seen him in moons. I never actually talked to him before, but I do remember tangentially his channel was one of the ones where it was doing pretty well compared to other narrators and stuff, and then he just kind of disappeared. What was my old job? I worked in healthcare. My mind immediately went to someone in Dom's family. I couldn't imagine anybody else ringing the doorbell in his neighborhood at this hour, and I rushed to the door, and standing on the other side was a young man, most likely in his early 20s like me. He looked clean-cut and didn't have a threatening presence about him, and I opened the front door but kept the outer screen door shut and locked. And talking through the screen, I asked him if I could help him with something, and he didn't seem weird or sketchy. And in a very confident voice, he said to me, "Hey man, I got the food you ordered." And two things I feel like I need to mention here. One, this was before all the food ordering apps, so your food never just got dropped off at the door. You had to physically go and pay for the food at the door and have an interaction with the delivery driver. And two, you're probably assuming that Willard is like most dogs and that she's barking like crazy at someone ringing the doorbell. Well, she isn't like most dogs. Not only did she not bark, but she stayed on the living room couch the entire time I had an interaction with that delivery driver. I was kind of annoyed by this more than anything. I definitely wasn't scared. I mean, why would I be? I had no reason to believe that this was anything other than just some mistake. I explained to the guy that he had the wrong address and that I didn't order any food. We had a quick back and forth, and then we figured out that the delivery was for a different address, and he accidentally went to the wrong house. The guy started to apologize, and I told him not to worry. And while he was apologizing, I noticed that his car was filled with 3 other people, 2 in the back and 1 in the passenger seat. I thought that was pretty weird. I never noticed delivery drivers have anyone else in the car with them, let alone an entire carload of people. We finally wrapped up our conversation and locked the door. I made my way back to the living room and tried to get myself comfortable again, and I was a little annoyed, but I understood accidents do happen. Not 2 minutes later, the doorbell starts ringing like crazy. You know that annoying sound of the bell just ringing non-stop? Well, I jumped up and ran to the door. It was the delivery driver, and now he looked a little bit more panicked. I didn't open the front door but shouted through the window beside the door. I asked what he wanted, and he told me that he accidentally hit my car in the driveway while he was trying to leave. And before I could answer, he put his head down and said in an almost ashamed voice, "I'm sorry, man, but it looks like there's a little damage. I hate to bother you, but I think you should take a look." Now I was furious. I opened the front door and started following the delivery driver down the driveway toward my car. I didn't even put shoes on. Several feet from the car, I noticed something strange, though. His car, which was filled with passengers just a few minutes ago, was now empty. I stopped abruptly, and the delivery driver told me to keep going, and that the damage was on the other side of the car. It may have taken a while, but finally I started to get the feeling that something just wasn't right. I told him that I wanted to go back inside and grab my shoes. I started to walk back to the door, trying to pretend that everything was fine. Just a few steps in my walk. And just a few steps into my walk back, I heard a noise to my right. From the brush on the side of Dom's house, 2 people emerged wearing hoods. I started to jog towards the front door. On the other side of the house, another person started to run full pelt at me, and at that point I began sprinting toward the door. I was inches from the house, and one of the men tried to tackle me. Thankfully, he was just far enough away that he had made contact with my ankle, but it wasn't enough to trip me up. I freaked out, got inside, and locked the door behind me. That tackler was immediately at the front door, banging and trying to open it. I was able to get a glimpse of the man who tried tackling me. He looked like he was tan, a skinny guy with a buzzed hair. He had a scruffy beard and a tattoo of some tiger on his neck. I grabbed my phone and called the police right away. I stared out the window while I was speaking with the dispatcher, and I saw all 4 of them standing near my car. I told dispatch what had happened and gave them a very detailed description of the delivery driver and the tiger tattoo man, and I watched all 4 men get into the car and drive away. I was able to tell the police that it was a red Honda Civic, and the police eventually showed up and took my entire statement. But what's frustrating for me is that even with all the details I gave the police, they never caught any of these dudes. But what's most frustrating is that I have no idea why I was targeted. I didn't recognize these guys, and when I told Dom about the incident, the appearance didn't sound familiar to him either. It's scary what can happen out there in the world when you least expect it. I've been a nasty girl. I've been a nasty, nasty girl. I'm just singing that at the door as he's trying to break in. I've been a nasty, 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 nasty girl. Just singing that as they're shitting your pants. I've been a nasty girl. I've been a nasty, nasty girl. Nasty, nasty. You have to sing that song while you're taking a shit. Somebody gonna match my freak. But it's a giant load of dookie in the toilet. King in my sleeps, hope you're doing lovely. Thank you. Sinful, good to see you. Yeah, the dog, what the hell's the dog doing? Just passed out on the couch, just dead. I'm most likely going to copy Mr. Nightmare formula because I look at someone like Chilling Scares who's basically a Mr. Nightmare clone, but he has a great success in a short time. Yeah, 100%, man. Go for it. There's really no shame in, copy the thumbnail style, copy the metadata, the descriptions, the titles, just go for it, I think you'll go far if you do that, and then, you can see how Chilling Scares kind of transitioned into sort of video style content. A few years ago, while I was in college, I would deliver pizzas on my off days from school to make some extra cash. The shop I worked at was in a busy town, and you would think the lunchtime shift would be worse than the dinner rush, but I made substantially more money during delivery. You would think the lunchtime shift would be worse than the dinner rush, but I made substantially more money delivering during lunch, mostly because it would usually be large businesses ordering pizzas for their company, and most of the time they would tip nicely. One afternoon, we got an order from some new insurance company that I had never heard of before, which for the record is not really a red flag. Once I started delivering pizzas to businesses during lunch, I found out that I didn't know most companies that I delivered to. And trust me when I say, a lot of these places could use some better marketing, but that's another story for another day. So, I took the order and plugged the address into my GPS. It wasn't far from the shop. The company had an office in a building that had been recently renovated, and right in the center of town was this small business park complex that was filled with old buildings and offices. It was only in the last few years that most of the rent had been taken. Wait, what? The company had an office in a building that had been recently renovated, and right in the center of town was the small business park complex that was filled with old buildings and offices. It was only in the last few years that most of the rent had been taken, during the time that the story took place. Wait, what does that mean? It was only in the last few years that most of the rent had been taken. Does anyone know what that means? Is that trying to say something? Are they trying to call me out? Are they talking to me? Are they in my house? It was only in the last few years that most of the... Or maybe they're trying to say is most of the spaces had been rented out. Polar Bear. We're actually on story 2, but of this set, but we read a set earlier. So this is like an extra long stream, technically, even though we're making good time. They only had to pay rent a few times over the years? Really? Wouldn't you pay rent every month, like normal? It was only in the last few years that most of the rent had been taken. A chill landlord? I don't think those exist. You know what I mean? I feel like you wouldn't make any money off of the property or be able to pay for the property to the bank if you weren't, charging rent. We're making live streams all week. This will be the last one before I leave. I'm just doing additional ones before I go on vacation. Can you reread the prior sentence? Yeah, so it's like, it was only in the last few years that most of the rent had been taken, period. I don't really get that. I assume they're trying to say that. Do you think the accent matters for horror narrations? I have a New Zealand accent. I was thinking of faking the Mayor one before my first... No, I think people like accents. And I didn't really notice your accent too much. I mean, it sounded good, And the New Zealand one's nice. It's chill. They do, but eviction as a solo landlord is complicated legally. Yeah, I don't get it. It just seems like, without like context to what they're talking about, it just seems really weird. I'm just gonna say it was only the last few years that most of the spaces had been rented. Oh, okay. It was only in the last few years that most of the spaces had been rented out. During the time that this story took place, there was still a lot of available rent in the buildings, and this wasn't the first time What is that? Like, why are they describing rent as like a space, as like a noun? Well, like, it is a noun, but like, paying rent, you pay rent, you don't... A lot of available rent in the building. I never thought of like a space being called a rent. Is that like a terminology or something? During the time this story took place, there was still a lot of available spaces in these buildings. And this wasn't the first time I delivered to this business complex, but it was the first time I delivered to this specific building of the complex. It was toward the back of the complex, and there was probably 10 cars in this massive parking lot. I walked inside the building, and I swear I felt like I was in an episode of The Walking Dead or something. It was just so creepy. It was quiet in a very desolate lobby. It had the vibe of an abandoned mall, and what made it more creepy was just the overall atmosphere of the interior of the building. It was dim inside, almost uncomfortably so. There wasn't a person in sight. The aesthetic of the place was all this tile that looked like it was supposed to be marble. There was eerie elevator music playing in the background that echoed slightly because of the lack of anything inside this big open space. And once inside, you walk into the center of the building and into a large atrium where you're able to look up and see all the floors. I can't remember exactly, but I'm going to say the building was 6 floors. I looked at my order form and I couldn't read my own handwriting. I tried to recall, and I thought the woman on the phone said that it was on the 5th floor. I was purely guessing because the lobby didn't have any type of secretary or directory. I took the elevator to the 5th floor, still listening to the creepy elevator jazz that seems to be playing everywhere in this damn building. The elevator opened to a small walkway where I was able to look over the railing and down the atrium where I had just been standing a minute ago. I could go left or right out of the elevator, and both directions seemed to lead really nowhere. And by that I mean the halls were dark and I couldn't see any light protruding from the shut doors that lined the halls. Since I'm left-handed, I always opted to go left when I'm faced with these types of choices. A few steps down the hall, the lights above my head turned on and I felt a little relief. The lights in the hallway were motion censored, which made me feel better about the dark halls. However, I kept walking down the hall and every office appeared to be shut and vacant. After a minute or two, I decided to do what I should have done in the first place and just call the company that placed the order. It rang once, and then I hung up the phone because I heard someone shout, "Hey!" from the end of the hall. I looked up, and a man with a sweatshirt was waving me down at the... Nasty, nasty. Did you watch Flight of the Conchords? I've seen some clips from back in the day that seem very funny. Rentals. Oh yeah, rentals and units, yeah. Unit 522s. I looked up and a man with a sweatshirt was waving me down to an office at the end of the hall. He said in a very shaky voice, "Them pizzas for me?" And without thinking, I just nodded and said, "If you ordered 5 large pizzas, then I'm your guy." The man laughed and I started walking toward him. As I was getting closer to the guy, I noticed that the room behind him was completely dark. The door was cracked, but there was a small window on the side of the door and it appeared that the lights were off. I stopped about 6 feet away from the man and cautiously said, "Are you sure you ordered 5 pizzas? It looks pretty closed up behind you." The man nodded and said, "Oh yeah, everyone is in the back conference room. I like to turn the lights off to save power." I tried not to judge a book by its cover, but this man did not give off the vibe that he sold insurance. He was wearing a hooded sweatshirt and jeans, and from what I could see in the shadows, his skin and teeth just looked disgusting. And against my better judgment, I followed him to the door, and when I was in the doorway, I knew I messed up. I looked inside the office and saw that it was empty and a completely vacant room. Before I could react, the man slammed the door in my face, knocking me and the pizzas over. I got up quickly, a little disoriented, and as I got to my feet, the man grabbed some 2x4 or some other large wooden piece from behind the door and just absolutely rocked me in the face with it. I was still conscious, but I was seeing stars for sure. I pretended to be unconscious, which I know may seem like a coward's move, but I didn't want that man to continue beating me, and I thought in the moment it was a good idea. I could not think straight, though. After all, I had no idea if the man had a weapon beyond that, or if there were other people inside that could potentially attack me if I started fighting back. While I was on the ground, the man starts to rummage through my stuff. He took my wallet, ripped off my gold chain from around my neck, and I could hear him running away. While on the ground, I could hear my phone vibrating from my left side. I must have dropped my phone when I dropped the pizzas. Otherwise, I'm sure this man could have taken that as well. I crawled over and grabbed my phone. It was the number that ordered the pizzas. I didn't answer it because I was convinced at this point that this was all some setup and that if I answered the phone, they would summon me to another part of the building where I would just get jumped again. I ended up staying on the ground and called the police, who did thankfully show up very quickly. While I was waiting, the number kept calling me, and I finally answered, and it was a kind young woman asking about the pizzas since they'd been waiting for about an hour at this point. I get the correct floor and office number from the woman, which was floor number 4, and went to the office with that police officer. As it turns out, this was a real office and a real order, and after a little initial investigation, it turns out the man who jumped me was just some homeless guy who was probably squatting in the empty offices. He saw me and just took an opportunity to strike instead of hiding. The bad news is, they never caught who did it. Unfortunately, this type of crime happens a lot in my hometown, and it's hard to determine who jumped someone based on a very little description and evidence. But there is good news, though. The company that placed the order felt so bad they ended up giving me a huge tip for my troubles. Not only that, but after the attack took place, the company installed a fob for the entrance and a security guard at the front door. And to my knowledge, this man was the last squatter that building ever had. Yippee! The last squatter ever! We've killed all the squatters, sir. What's up, Sadie? How you doing? Sir. Initiate Order 66 on all squatters. I thought they meant most of the rent had been taken. Yeah, but what is that? Or most of the rent had been taken. What does that mean? Like most of the rentals? Like I can understand the term like rental when referring to a space, but like are spaces referred to as rents? Yeah, good to see you, Sadie. How's it going? Has anyone else gone through an addiction to DoorDash and Grubhub? My husband and I went through a phase where we were extremely busy and found ourselves using a delivery service a few times a week. This particular week, I think this was our third time ordering. We just got done with work and it was already 7 p.m. and we just didn't feel like cooking. We usually have good experiences with delivery services. Once in a while, we'll get a crap delivery person who just kind of throws the food around or the occasional canceled order. But on this particular night, my husband and I chose to splurge. We each ordered 3 courses from a pretty pricey restaurant, but also knew that we'd have leftovers for at least a few days. In the hopes that the food would arrive quickly and safely, we put a very large tip on the order. The delivery person, named Rachel, seems to be courteous and prompt, letting us know that each step of the way, until our order arrives. The food arrived perfectly, and Rachel thanked us for the generous tip to let us know that it meant a lot. We were feeling good and getting the food ready and throwing on a movie to have a little at-home date night. We started putting food on our plates and heard a knock at the door. We both kind of looked at each other and then made our way towards the front door. The husband swung open the door and what once was my husband. Most of the rest had been taken. Oh, most of the rest had been taken. That makes sense. My husband swung open the door, and what once was a smiling and bubbly delivery person was now at our door expressionless and white as a ghost. Rachel looks up at us and says softly, "Can I please come in? I think there's someone in my car." My husband, who always assumes the worst, is super protective and says no. He never ever lets strangers inside and has read and seen too many things where a good Samaritan lets someone in their house or helps them on the side of the road and you're just set up for some trap. He has said to me multiple times, as soon as you open the door for a stranger and let them in, it's already too late. After a minute or two of pleading with my husband, he agreed that this tiny girl wasn't a threat and we would let her in and lock the door right after. We motioned for Rachel to come in, and we could tell that she was thankful, but starting to get a little bit hysterical. We phoned the police and let them know what was going on and asked if they could send someone out. They let us know that they would send someone as soon as they could, and we sat with Rachel and tried to calm her down and let her know that she was safe now. We weren't going to let anyone in the house, and the cops would check her car and the surrounding area. I'm sure of it. As we waited for the police, now in a mostly awkward silence, my husband noticed a few of our motion lights beginning to turn on. First, we saw one go off on the side of the house, followed by one going off in the backyard just a few moments later. Trying not to cause any panic, but definitely moving with some speed, my husband was darting around the house, making sure that all the windows and doors were locked. I knew they were because unless I specifically opened them, my husband always keeps everything closed and locked. And after he checked all of the locks, he starts to look through the blinds to see if there was anybody on the property illuminated by the motion lights. My husband thought that he saw something by the trees and bushes towards the northwest corner of our yard. He couldn't make it out, but said it looked like eyes were glowing from one of the openings. He told me to go back into the living room with Rachel and he would keep an eye on things. As I was sitting with Rachel, I heard what sounded like nails on a chalkboard, or the only other way to describe it is someone going down a water slide with no water, the kind of dry screeching sound that you might hear there. I went to tell my husband, but he was already hot on the trail, feeling like he had heard tapping on the windows in the dining room. My husband went to the windows where I thought that I had heard the noise coming from and lunged back. He said that he saw a set of eyes pressed up against the glass. Thankfully, the next sound we heard and the image we saw were the flashing lights and sirens of police cars. The police arrive and search the inside and outside of our house thoroughly. They let us know no one is inside, and also no one is inside Rachel's car, even though both of her back doors were completely wide open. Just as they were about to finish the search, they found someone lying underneath our back deck, trying to hide. The officers corral him back down to the ground and get cuffs on him to bring him back to the squad car. We then have to give additional statements and go through some information before they let Rachel know that they will have someone follow her home and escort her into her house. The main officer at the scene also let us know that he would leave someone outside patrolling for at least an hour, and we could request it to be longer if we felt uncomfortable. We were all understandably shaken up by the ordeal and just wanted it to come to an end. My husband and I ended up eating a few bites of our dinner and went to bed shortly after. I don't think I got a minute of sleep that night, though. I felt like our privacy and safety were violated, and also felt so bad for poor Rachel, who I'm sure also had a sleepless night. I'm glad everyone was okay, including the police officers, that nothing more violent or sinister happened that night. And it's safe to say, if we ordered out, we'd just go pick up the food now and nasty. And it's safe to say, if we order out, we just go pick up the food now and haven't used a food delivery service app since. Nasty. Yeah, it was probably a chupacabra. Oh, man. Well, at least we're cruising through this set. There's 8 stories in this one. We're on story 4 already. Not long ago, I was living with my 2 friends. I had been single for several years and wasn't even dating at the time. Both of my friends had serious girlfriends, which usually made me feel worse about being the only one without a significant other. One weekend, both couples went away for the weekend and I was alone at the house. Usually it didn't bother me that much, but for some reason, this weekend I was really sad about being single. I was depressed and low and was feeling trapped in my head. I decided Hey Joel, as a small horror narrator, what is the best way to get true stories to read? I've been using Reddit and asking everyone for permission, but a lot of them don't answer. Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, you can definitely use all the stuff from my Reddit if you want to. It's open game, and there's also some like true, free to use scary stories subreddit, stuff like that to get started, so you can and just be sure to include if you want to send in a story. It doesn't even have to be you reading it, but even just having it on screen at the beginning of a video, if you want to have a story read, send to this email, etc., etc. Am I a robot? How do I feel about AI? I'm just wondering at what point do we get to have sex with AI? How long is that gonna fucking take? Hurry up already. I decided to do the one thing that made me happy at the time, and that was eat an entire buffalo chicken wing pizza. My plan for Saturday night was to eat my grief and sorrows away. I ordered my pizza, and 40 minutes later there was a knock at the door. When I went to grab my pizza, I was instantly annoyed. The delivery driver was one of my roommate's friends. Well, friend is a strong word. He was a semi-decent acquaintance of my roommate, and I don't actually know what his real name is. Everybody just called him Z. He was that sketchy guy that every friend group knows. He always showed up at parties with questionable people around him, and He was always in trouble with the cops for something. This guy had a brush with the law for just about everything you can think of on a minor scale. Z was smiling when I opened the door, but the smile faded away when he saw that it was me. He asked if my roommate was home so he could see what's... Polar Bear with a 5 says, in case I fall asleep before the stream finishes, Joel, have a safe flight and enjoy yourself down under. Bring home a kangaroo. I shall. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. They do have sex AI robots. Thank God. We are in the future, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. This is what Revelation has warned us of. He asked if my roommate was home so he could say what's up, and I explained to him that he was out of town and it was just for me. Man, goddammit. He asked if my roommate was home so he could say what's up, and I explained to him that he was out of town and it was just me for the weekend. Z nodded a little bit at the front door, and he tried making some small talk with me, but I was very dismissive and kind of short with him. While he was talking, I noticed that he was looking past me, into the house. It was a very weird interaction, but then again, Z is a weird guy, so I didn't think much about it. I rudely said bye and just shut the door on him. I wasn't in the best mode to begin with. I didn't like Z, and more than anything else in the world, I just wanted to eat my pizza. I eventually ate the entire pizza and spent several hours playing my Xbox. A little after 1 in the morning, I thought I heard a noise coming from outside of the house. I was in my bedroom, which was on the driveway side of the house, and I thought that I could hear the sound of movement or shuffling coming from outside. I looked out the window and I didn't see anything. I assumed it was my mind just messing with me since I wasn't in a great head state. I tried getting back into my game, but after I heard the noise, I just had that nasty pit in my stomach, and it wasn't from the pizza. It was just the feeling that something wasn't right. I went into the kitchen to get something to drink, and I could hear noises coming from the back of the house now. This time, I knew it wasn't my mind. I could clearly hear movement and shuffling coming from the backyard. I gingerly walked to the back of the house, which is where my one roommate's bedroom is located. His door was closed, but I felt like I could hear something behind it. I put my ear to the door and it was clear as day. Something was going on in that room, and I knew my roommate wasn't home. I opened the door, and like a deer in headlights, Z and I assumed his girlfriend was... Oh. I opened the door, and like a deer in headlights, Z and I assumed his girlfriend were trying to, and nearly successfully, breaking into my roommate's bedroom window. I yelled at him, called him out, and Z, who at this point has completely crawled through the window, was putting his hand up in a defensive position and telling me to calm down. Z looked calm, but the girl he was with looked like a ghost. Z tried telling me that my roommate said it was okay for them to stop by. They were just trying to borrow a DVD. When I asked him why he didn't use the front door, he said that he didn't want to bother me. All while this conversation was happening, Z seemed to be inching closer to me, and his lady friend was slowly moving behind me. I didn't like what was happening, so as Z inched closer to me, I started to inch closer to the door. I looked up at one point and I saw him slowly reach behind his back, and that's when I turned around to run for the door, and the girl was standing in the doorway. Without thinking, I pushed her down and ran to my bedroom. I slammed the door, and Z started pounding on it. He was pleading with me that he was just there to borrow some stuff, all the while violently pounding on my door. I shouted that I called the police and that they would be here any minute. I didn't actually call the police by that point, but I just wanted to see his reaction. He started to curse at me, and then started to curse at me under his breath, and then the pounding stopped. A few seconds later, I saw out of the window him and the girl running down the street. Even though it was late, I called my roommate and asked if he told Z it was okay to borrow some DVDs. My roommate was confused and said that he absolutely did not tell Z that he could borrow anything. And that's when I called the police. And it wasn't long after the police apprehended Z for his attempted break-in. Would I still have to ask permission in DMs for stories in your subreddit? No, not on my subreddit. But other subreddits, yeah. But you should still, leave, credit in the video or whatever for their authors, kind of how I do in my videos. You can check, the more recent ones or Reddit ones. And that's when I called the police. It wasn't long after the police apprehended Z for attempted break-in, and that night messed me up. I can't go to sleep now unless I check and make sure every door and window is locked. And as for Z, I'm not really sure what happened to him. After that night, he stopped coming around, and I never saw him at parties again. My roommate finally cut ties with him. I'm still terrified that one night he'll come back for me since I was the one who ratted him out to the police. I can only hope that he doesn't hold a grudge, and I really don't feel very good about that. I've been a nasty, nasty girl. Eli, thanks, dude. Good to see you. Stoned as fuck making cheesy fries with Kitty. Hell yeah, dude. Kitty's just sitting there patiently, probably. As many people out there may know, being broke may cause you to do some stupid things, or have a major lack of judgment. That's what happened to me last year. I started using one of those apps to deliver food to make some extra money. I didn't have a ton of friends, and this was a great distraction for me. I throw on some podcasts and deliver food. Mindless and easy work. Most of the time I didn't even have to interact with other people, which was a major perk for me. I would deliver food all over town. Nice areas and not so nice areas. One night I had to deliver food to this large building that had several apartments on the inside. If anybody out there is old enough to remember the show Hey Arnold, it was kind of like that. Just a big house where a bunch of people basically renting out. Just a big house where a bunch of people basically were renting out a room. The building was in a rundown part of town though, but hey, that's part of the job. This specific order was going to one of the tenants named Roxanne, who lived in the basement of the building. When inside the app, you can leave special instructions such as, please leave the food at the door, and most people just leave that for the instructions. Not this Roxanne person though. She left me multiple messages through the app leaving me further instructions. She said, please enter the side door on the right side of the building. Go right and head down the stairs. You'll be in a small little mudroom. You'll see a door with the number 6 on it. Knock 3 times. Okay, so I guess the instructions were normal and honestly pretty helpful, other than the knock 3 times part being kind of weird. But I have received much weirder instructions than that in the past, believe it or not. I noticed that she didn't tip, but she left me another message saying that she would tip with cash when I arrived with the food, which was great for me. I arrived with her food and followed her instructions, which were spot on. I entered the door on the side of the building and went down into this small dungeon-looking room with a washer and dryer, and right there in the basement was a door with the number 6 on it. Everything seemed legitimate so far. The basement smelled terrible, though. The building looked like it was going to fall over at any second. But everyone has to live somewhere, I suppose. I approached the door, and just as the instructions said, I knocked 3 times. 3 very hard knocks. Almost immediately I got a message on the app telling me to please come inside and bring the food to the kitchen. She said that she was in the kitchen with her purse and she couldn't move very well. It would be helpful for her if I brought the food right to her and then she would tip me there. Now, in written context, in hindsight, this seems ridiculous, but as it was happening in real time, I really didn't think it was a dangerous or really anything to be scared about situation. Like I said, I received much weirder instructions, so for me to come inside and drop the food off, it just didn't set off any alarms in my head. I was more annoyed that it was taking so long, and so, without thinking, I slowly opened the door to the basement apartment. It was a very dark room and it smelled horrible inside. The overwhelming smell of body odor almost made me audibly gag. I didn't enter right away, though. When I say it was dark, I mean it was pitch black inside the room other than some dim light coming from the end of what looked like a hallway. I assumed that's where the kitchen was. I didn't completely enter yet, but I just wiggled toward the door a little more. Now I started to hear the faint alarm bells going off in my head, though, but not enough for me to turn around and hightail it out of there quite yet. Remember, the first thing I said in the story was that sometimes being broke causes a major lack of judgment. Well, this was one of those moments I'm referring to. I started to take a step inside the apartment, and when one foot was barely in the door, I heard some creepy voice from the right side that did not sound like a woman, and it said, "Come on in." Thankfully, the creepy voice made me freeze because according to Roxanne, she was in the kitchen, so why would someone be to the right of the door? I still had one foot out in the mudroom, and it's a good thing I did. As I stood there, someone tried to shut the door, but thankfully I was able to stop the door with my foot. I couldn't see the person, but I could smell them, and I could hear their heavy breathing. I threw the bag of food at the person's head and ran as fast as I could. I could hear the door slamming behind me, and I just never looked back. I didn't care about that tip, I just wanted to live. Once I got back to my car, I called the authorities and reported this incident. I told them exactly what happened, and honestly, the cop treated me like I was just some stupid, hysterical kid. It just seemed like I was not being taken seriously. The cops did follow up, and unfortunately, it didn't seem like they did anything. According to police, technically no crime had been committed, and since I couldn't prove that they were trying to forcibly shut me inside the apartment, the police told me it was just better that I let it go. The one officer told me that if delivering food was too scary for me, then maybe I should look for another line of work. I don't know. Maybe this was just a weird interaction that I mistook for something threatening. I will say this, though. I don't know how many non-threatening interactions involve someone trying to shut the door while you're fighting to stay on the other side. I'm just saying. I've been a nasty girl. I've been a nasty girl. Dude, we are blazing through this shit. Record speed, record time. Not even thinking, just getting the job done. My eyes are burning. I don't even give a hoot. I don't even give a hoot. I don't even give a hootie or the blowfish. You heard that story on another podcast? Perhaps. Sometimes people send it in to multiple hosts. I've been a nasty girl. Sorry, check something right quick. Okay. Do you have a protein powder you prefer? Lately I use the one, it's just like straight egg whites. And I actually mix that into like some other of like that Jocko Molk shit. Just because it's easy. And like the egg whites are like 30 grams and then the Molk is like 30. So it's like a quick like 60 grams of what I assume is protein that I use. Big cheese Danish earlier. Nice, dude. Had a gnarly nightmare. Uh-oh, what happened? Yeah, I was just huffing paint real quick. I just got like a whole bucket of Sherwin-Williams right here, baby. Oh, fuck yeah, the fumes. Molk. Yeah, it's so funny. It's like Jocko Molk. It's like M-O with an umlaut, A-L-K. And all I can ever think anytime I grab it is that, like, they've got Jocko in some warehouse somewhere just milking his udders. Or, like, you know, they've got some sort of contraption hooked up to his asshole and his wiener and just, like, absolutely fucking sucking him dry. And that's what I drink for protein. Your chaotic brain appreciates being able to just listen and chill. Voice helps comes on. Hey, no worries, Indigo. Good to see you. Okay, 3 more to go. In this wonderful modern time, we have the luxury of ordering just about any food we want for delivery. It's easy to get anything from pizza to a chicken sandwich. On the flip side, we can take jobs as delivery drivers and make a few bucks on the side. It's easy work, and when you're a single mother like me, any extra income is good income. A few weeks ago, I delivered some food to a nice suburban community. It was one of those neighborhoods you'd see on a Disney Channel show. Nice houses, picket fences, you know the neighborhoods I'm talking about. And like all the deliveries I make, I'm supposed to take a picture of the food at the front door. Think of it as like an insurance policy in case the food is at the wrong house, or stolen, or something weird happens. I place the food in front of the door, on top of the small staircase that leads to the door. I took a few steps back and took a picture of it. After taking the picture, I was walking back to my car when I was confronted by an extremely angry and enraged woman who came out from the house across the street. I asked her what her problem was, and she just kept screaming at me, saying that it was private property and that I was trespassing. I tried explaining one time to the woman what I did and why I took the picture, and it did not compute in her tiny little brain. After being continuously cut off every time I tried to speak, I decided to just get into my car and drive away. I tried being nice, but clearly this woman was insane. I got inside my car and was checking my phone for another delivery. The woman started to bang on the hood of my car, causing me to jump from being startled. I got out of the car aggressively to see if there was any damage, and she ran back to her house. There was no damage, but I was so done with this delivery and I decided to just call it a night. I ended up driving home and spending the evening with my daughter. We ate dinner, played some games, and watched a movie together. I put her to bed and started binge-watching one of my favorite shows, and I would have guessed that it was around midnight when I heard someone knocking at my front door, knocking rather aggressively, I might add. I couldn't believe what I was looking at through the peephole in the door. It was the crazy woman from the delivery earlier in the day. I didn't answer. I didn't even say anything. I just kept watching this woman, trying to figure out what she was doing at my house. She had to have followed me home, which was already insanely creepy, and while I was watching her, she went over to the walkway that led to my front door. From the driveway, I have this path of little stones that leads to the front door. It's not like big slabs of pavement, but rather small stones that almost fit together like a mosaic. The woman grabbed one of the stones, roughly the size of an average dinner plate, and put it behind her back. She started to knock on the door again, still concealing the stone behind her back. And this is where things get very weird. I didn't answer the door, but I shouted to her that I had called the police, and this must have scared her because she threw the stone at my house and ran away. I did end up calling the police and reporting what happened. They followed up, but nothing really came of it, and that was the end of the story until recently. If that was all that happened, that would be scary enough, not knowing what she wanted from me and her showing up in the middle of the night. But things got much worse. About a week after the incident, I saw the woman at the grocery store. No confrontation or anything like that, and then I saw her several other times. Oh, man. No confrontation or anything like that, but then I saw her several other times just driving. Again, no confrontation or anything else. I wanted to say it was just a coincidence, but it almost felt a little too weird. I have a friend who is married to a cop, and I talked to him about it. I explained that something felt off, but it's possible that it was just pure chance that I kept noticing her, and he agreed. He basically said that because I'm aware of this woman, I'm subconsciously picking her out of the crowd in our town. I didn't like that answer, but I guess technically he was right. It is a pretty smallish town after all. And this brings me to about a week ago as of me writing this account. I just got my daughter on the bus and I was outside pulling some weeds. While I was on the ground, I could feel someone standing over me. I turned around, and it was that woman. The same damn woman from that stupid delivery. I was completely vulnerable in that position and I didn't know what to do. And she said in a sort of soft but angry voice, "You're a monster for calling the cops. You're a trespasser." I noticed that she had one of those. I noticed that she had one of my stones again, and without thinking, flight mode kicked in, and I got up and ran as fast as I could. She actually tried hitting me with a stone, but she missed. I ran inside and locked the door. I called the police and told them that she was back and trying to hit me with a rock. The police showed up, and this time, they arrested that crazy woman. It turns out that she had some pretty... It turns out that woman had some pre-existing history of mental health. I'm not sure exactly what it was, because this is so fresh, I don't actually know what happened to her. Whoops. I'm not exactly sure what it was. And because this is so fresh, I don't exactly know what happened to her. I saw her get taken away in the back of a squad car because she was still at my house when the police came. And I just hope this nightmare is over. At least for now, it seems to be over. I just hope that she gets the help that she needs and that I never have to see her crazy face again. Alright. Guys, I'm going to grab some more water real quick. I will be right back. Oh shit. Your first time listening live? Yeah, I'd normally be like a lot more chatty. I'm just like trying to get locked in so I can get this stuff done with and edited for when I'm gone. When I'm gone. Can you imagine how many fucking like hours of content the Jigsaw Killer from fucking Saw had to like film prior to like getting all the whole plan to like play out? Just seems like a pain in the ass. Pradeep update. He was behind me on the couch having a chill sesh. Is Pradeep flying? He is not. He's going to be shipped via boat. He's going to join the Navy and meet me there. Thanks, Evan. Good to see you. She might be scared something she'll end up regretting. Sometimes it just takes time. You got this. Who are you talking to? The Navy? Question mark? Huh? The kitty Navy? I didn't know cats could join the Navy. It's a lot of that people don't realize there's a feline unit within the Navy SEALs. Huh? What the? Who's in the Navy? Oh, you got broken up with. Sorry, I didn't read that part for some reason. I'm sorry to hear that, Evan. But thanks for listening. Captain of the all feline unit. What the Sigma? Yeah, Pradeep's from India. He was born there. Alright, story 7 of 8. We cringe onwards. A few years ago, I moved to a new town to finish up my degree and to start an internship program. Even though the program paid a little bit, it wasn't enough to survive. Even though I didn't know the area that well, I decided to start delivering pizzas on the weekends since my roommate's family owned a pizza shop. My thought process was that while I was driving around on the weekends delivering pizza, I could listen to my lectures in the car. And for the most part, this worked. I didn't mind driving around, and my roommate's father was such a great boss, and he was a very accommodating person. One night, I had to deliver a pizza to some house that was way off the beaten path. It was only about 20 minutes from the shop, but it was 20 minutes in a direction of nothingness. After driving that way for a few minutes, it turns into nothing but dark, winding roads with little signs of life. It looks like a horror movie out in these parts of town. With all the turns and lack of light, it felt like I was in the middle of nowhere, even though I really wasn't that far away from the shop. When I was 5 minutes away from my destination, the GPS was struggling to maintain its signal, though. I did end up getting a little lost, but thankfully the GPS was able to keep me on course just long enough to find the house that I was delivering the pizza to. It was a little later than expected, but not egregiously late. When I pulled up, he came out of his run-down house, angry, and shouting about his pizza. When I got out of the car and started to apologize, his tune changed quickly. I hate to assume this, but I think it was because I'm a girl and he changed his tune. Just because he attempted to start talking to me with this very sweet man voice and using a lot of words like honey and sweetie. It just felt very weird and creepy, though. He went from screaming and cussing me out to telling me everything about... He went from screaming and cussing me out to telling me everything would be all right, sweetie. I just smiled and gave the man his pizza. He smiled and didn't walk back inside yet. He just stood there in the driveway holding his pizza box. I got back in my car and was trying to plug anything into my GPS, but of course the GPS wouldn't connect. I didn't initially drive off right away because I turned so many times to get there I didn't want to get lost on the way back. I could see him walking towards my driver's side window, and now I didn't bother to wait for the GPS. That was enough for me. I know it seems like I'm unfairly judging this guy, but I know you know what I mean when I say that I just got a bad vibe from this dude. Something wasn't right, and I just knew it. I drove away from the house, and I could see him standing there watching me drive away. He did this weird wave that just seemed creepy, and I started winging it. He did this weird wave that just seemed creepy, and I started winging it on my way back, and this proved to be a mistake. About 15 minutes later, I was still driving around winding roads with no service at all, and by now I should have hit civilization, but instead, it was just more of nothingness. It was like a maze out there. I pulled over and was trying my best to get a signal or anything, but it was proving to be useless. I was also getting low on gas, and I didn't want to just keep driving. A minute or so later, 2 huge headlights emerged from the distance. It was one of those huge pickup trucks with those wicked bright lights. The truck pulled up behind me, and I made sure that I locked the doors. I was hoping this person might be there to help me, but I also wasn't going to just trust a stranger in the middle of nowhere. The person got closer, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was the man that I had just delivered pizza to. He tried doing that stupid sweet-talking thing to me again, but I was very dismissive. He kept insisting on helping, but I told him I was fine. I told him my boss was coming to pick me up, but he didn't seem to believe me. He kept telling me to get out of the car, that he could help me, even though I kept telling him that I didn't need any. He turned around and then started to pace back and forth. He came back over to the car door and was trying to open it now. He felt more aggressive, but still in a calm voice he was asking me to get out of the car. I started to scream and told him to leave me alone, and then his tone changed again. Now he was aggressively trying to open the door. In an annoyed voice he said, "What's wrong with you? I'm trying to help you. It isn't safe here. You should just come with me." Once he started with that aggression, that was it for me. I started my car and floored it. I could see him run to his truck, and he did follow me for a little while, but I dusted him. I must have been driving over 90 miles per hour just trying to get rid of this creep, and I finally got some service and was able to plug the shop address into the GPS. Thankfully, I wasn't too far away. I had made a couple of wrong turns, and it took me about 10 minutes out in the sticks somewhere. The owner was so nervous because I had gone much longer than he thought. He tried calling me and he said he couldn't get through, and I told him about that guy and the delivery, and he did not look pleased. He was understanding and made sure that I was okay, and he paid me and told me that I could go home for the night. I asked about calling the police, and he told me that he would take care of it and that I had been through enough for one night. I'm not sure why he followed me that evening. I guess there was a small chance that he was trying to help me, but why would he have followed me if he just wanted to help? There would be no reason to follow me. It just doesn't add up in my brain. This was such a weird and unsettling thing that happened to me, and you just never know what people's true intentions are. I was driving 9,000 miles per hour on the road. Oh man, alright guys, last story, we freaking made it. I actually almost didn't record this tonight, but I'm glad I did, because what else would I have done? Any metadata advice for things like tags, description, title, etc.? Let's go to, what's his name's, what was the one channel? Creeps McPoop Pants Popsicle Sucker John Baree, Mr. Dicklesworth, Mr. Scary Boobah, Chilling Scares, that's right. So, if we go back to like his older videos, it's funny using him as like a case study for building a scary channel story. But it does seem like he changed his channel over from, well, yeah, going back to like the horrifying true highway scary stories. Honestly, though, Misfit, you know, you might actually benefit from just literally transferring over to the disturbing things caught on camera type footage type shit. I think as long as you give credit and do some editing and commentary and whatever, like, it might be a pain in the dick, but I could definitely see those videos like taking off way faster than like scary stories, unless you just wanted to use this channel to kind of get your footing and like what YouTube feels like. But yeah, so anyways, going back to the chilling scares, like, yeah, so here are 3 more horror stories, the disturbing, creepy, shocking, and scary highway stories from the perspective of people who experience terrifying things in night dread, blah, blah, blah. If you like this video, thumbs it up. Want to contribute, send in a story. Here's my email. Alright, yeah, so it doesn't really have much. Well, let's go to Mr. Nightmares. What is Mr. Nightmare? From what I've heard, like, tags aren't that important anymore. I don't know if that's true or not. Mr. Nightmares. Mr. Nightmares. I'm kind of surprised sometimes that Mr. Nightmare didn't just do the full transition over to, like, video style content, but, you know, it is what it is. So yeah, true summer times, horror stories, yay. Yeah, and his are pretty straightforward too. It's literally the same. Him and Chilling Scares have like the same description. Here are 3 allegedly true stories by viewers. Listen to the stories more here on his podcast, his social media, and then if you want to send a story in, his email. Yeah, so it's pretty limited, like, on the metadata. It literally just kind of like his success. I don't know. When I look at Chilling Scares and I'm like, how the fuck did that work out for him with just doing stories? You go to the oldest. I don't know. I think he just really fashioned. I mean, granted, his first ever video was 6 disturbing videos from around the internet. So that might have been something that helped propel some following, getting 2.8 million views, and then kind of just copying the exact same presentation format as Mr. Nightmare. So maybe something about that metadata like lumped his videos suggested into Mr. Nightmare's like autoplay type thing, you know what I mean? Where would I find footage for the real life videos? Oh, I have no idea, man. You would have to find those yourself. I mean, they're all over the internet with different stuff that goes viral and whatever. Probably different subreddits would be helpful, but I'm not really sure where you would there's got to be different subreddits that like aggregate like scary videos and things of that nature, and you could compile them to certain topics or just make compilations of it with commentary and shit. But a lot of YouTube is just kind of like trying different things till you find something that sticks, you know what I mean? Is anybody going to talk about Wendigoon? What about him? Reddit Daily Mail, sometimes just random videos on MSN. That's true too. I've worked in the food and beverage industry for most of my life. It has its pros and cons just like every other industry. I started at a local Italian food and pizza place in my hometown. The restaurant had minimal seating and was mostly used for takeout and delivery. When I was hired, I mainly worked as a delivery person, but also got experience in running the register, stocking the fridge, and helping cook. Most of the aspects of the job are fine, but I really enjoyed delivering. It made the time go by really fast, and sometimes the tips could actually be really good. Every once in a while, on a big order, someone would even give me an extra $20, which back then was a nice chunk of change. The job I hated the most when I wasn't delivering was taking orders and working the counter or cash register. For whatever reason, the people in the store were much ruder than the people ordering over the phone. We also had a few regulars that would hang out and sometimes order stuff and other times just sit around wasting time and then leave. Every so often we would have to kick out belligerent drunks and other times college kids trying to flex their egos and fight while waiting for their slice of pizza. One regular that is still branded into my memory today is a guy named Johnny, who I guess we can just refer to as a regular visitor, but not really a customer. I have no idea if Johnny was someone who worked at the restaurants. I have no idea if Johnny was someone who worked at the restaurant's friend, an old long-standing customer. Oh, was someone who worked at the restaurant. Oh, it's a full, okay. Yeah, Misfit, yeah, if you blow up, you gotta shout out my channel. I have no idea if Johnny was someone who worked at the restaurant's friend, an old long-standing customer, or just someone looking for a seat and break from the heat. It was routinely both inside and outside the store, asking people passing by. He was routinely both inside and outside the store, asking people passing by for extra money or asking us workers for free and or discounted food items or drinks. He was usually quiet and not overly abrasive, which is why I think the cops were never called. He seemed to be polite and courteous for the most part when interacting with customers. But when one of us girls was working at the register or counter, he was always making crude remarks or sly jokes. I feel like every time I would return from a delivery or have to work the counter, he would try to say some inappropriate joke or ask what my plans were for later in the night. It was usually creepy but harmless, and he never lingered inside for too long, especially if my manager Debbie was working. One night in particular, I got really frustrated with customers, and as the line started to thin out, Johnny approached the counter and asked if I had a boyfriend. I told Debbie, and she immediately let him know that he could buy something or leave. The other managers in similar situations could care less and would claim to be too busy to do anything about it. Again, another reason why I prefer deliveries. They get me out of the store and away from everyone else. One night, I think in August or September, the weather had forecasted some nasty thunderstorms, so per usual, we had a bunch of call-ins. I was running double duty trying to cook and answer the phone for delivery orders. Of course, since it was raining, Johnny was now inside the restaurant sitting in a booth. He was unusually quiet, with no pickup lines or disgusting jokes. He was just sitting there in silence, staring at his hands. I asked Kyle, who was the only other person there, if he could take care of Johnny after his delivery. He said sure and promised to be back soon to try and help out. After a few phone calls, I sat down trying to rest my feet and ankles that were absolutely throbbing. I knew I had to run back to the supply room and fridge to grab a few items for the next order, and I was trying to take a little extra time selfishly so that Kyle would be able to help me when he got back. I headed to the fridge first, grabbed a few things, and then made my way to the storage room where we had all of our non-perishable items. I grabbed what I needed and turned around and absolutely froze in my tracks. Johnny was standing right there. I didn't hear a thing. He was absolutely silent. I tried to ask, "What are you doing back here?" Before I could even get the whole phrase out, Johnny lunged at me. I don't know if he was trying to attack me, assault me, rob me, or kill me. All I remember is that he lunged. He lunged. He took a big ludge. He lunged his sludge. Also, you know what I was thinking? You guys have been probably seeing all those like AI videos going around lately, where it's like, I don't know, they take like old videos and then they just like add AI to it, and it like kind of looks real, kind of looks silly, kind of like looks haunting in a weird way. But it's weird because it shows me that like whatever that app is for creating AI video, it's clear that like I don't know if you guys remember, it was not that long ago that the public was like fucking around with that like AI art thing where, I don't know, they were putting in like, you know, you would see it all over, you know, Instagram and social media and stuff like that, where it was just like Peter Griffin court sketch at the Nuremberg trials or whatever, or like Garfield caught on, trail cam, and it was just like 4 images. I forget, well, not necessarily Mid-Journey, but it was like prior to Mid-Journey and stuff like getting good. But it was like, the mass public was interacting with it and being like, wow, this is neat. But then very rapidly, Mid-Journey and various other ones started to come out that really like took things to the next level, and it got really good, and now it's very good. I'm just like, holy shit, dude. Now we're at that level where AI video is about to take off. And that to me is going to be nuts. I know right now we're at like the early stages where, it's like strange stuff of Vin Diesel drinking diesel from a gasoline thing, and it looks odd. But like over the course of this next year, it might start to look like not odd and be pretty convincing. And that's both cool and terrifying, I guess. I don't know if he was trying to attack me, assault me, rob me, or kill me. All I remember is that he lunged, and his face looked lifeless. There was no anger or aggression. It was just this blank stare. I could also be misremembering or suppressing things that I saw, but I swear it was like a blank, not on this planet type of look. I quickly dropped the items I had in my hands and struggled away, backing into the storage room and just slamming the door shut. Johnny was pulling at the door trying to open it, but I was able to find the strength to somehow keep it closed. As soon as I thought that he wasn't there, I lodged a broom into the door handle to prevent anyone from getting in. Unless they pulled so hard to shatter the broom, that is. The door started shaking again, and for whatever reason I remained silent. I could still feel the tears rolling down my cheeks, but I wasn't screaming or hysterical. I think I may have been in shock. Then out of nowhere I heard someone say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And I heard footsteps and then light knocking on the door. It was Kyle. Everything after that is still a little bit of a blur. I told Kyle everything and we called the police. He sat with me and they helped me relay the story to the police. The owner was called to the store and had to talk to the authorities as well, and Johnny wasn't found that night, at least to my knowledge, but he was banned from the property, meaning that if he ever showed his stupid face again, he would be arrested. I didn't work there for much longer, but hopefully while I was there, I didn't work there for much longer, but thankfully while I was there, I never saw Johnny again. Johnny Rico. Alright. Dunzos. Now we gotta read the outro script again. And you guys gotta think of something funny again. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 7 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday night. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit r/letsreadofficial or over email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, don't mess with the wombat. Ludge your slut. There you go. Thanks so much, friends, and remember to ludge your sludge. All right. Well, guys, I will get both of those up and edited first thing on Patreon. The Reddit stories we recorded, they'll be out tonight at 7 p.m. Same time. This coming Monday, we got it all planned out. This coming Monday, we got a really big creepypasta compilation. I hope you guys like that. I hope you watch it and give it a try, even if you don't really like, fictional horror stories. I think they're really high quality, and we put a lot of work into remastering the audio and making it sound nice, so I hope you like it. That'll be Monday, and then the following, that Thursday next week, will then probably be the deep sea stories we read earlier. And then that Monday will be a compilation video. And then that Thursday will then be this video, the delivery stories. So we got it all planned out for 2 weeks. Like I said, I'm going to Australia. I'll be back in 2 weeks. I'll probably be pregnant. We'll see what happens with a wombat. And yeah, guys, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for the support. Pray that my plane doesn't explode or get delayed, or that I don't lose luggage or anything bad, and everything will be perfect, and I'll enjoy my little Pokemon games that I'm going to bring. And yeah, and I have a good time, and everything rocks, and everything in the world is perfect, and nothing ever goes wrong, and we never die. Fuck yeah! But yeah, otherwise I'll be back streaming in, I guess, close to 2 weeks from now. Probably, you can mark this down in your calendar, probably like July 6th, I will stream again. So I hope you guys have a great rest of your June. I hope you have a great 4th of July or wherever you celebrate. Hope don't blow your fingers off with works. And yeah. And I'll probably be posting, I'll be bored while traveling and stuff, so I'll probably be posting on Twitter. So you can follow me there on @Let'sRead or Instagram @Let'sRead.official. So you can be kept up to date with all the coolest trip posts. But yeah, thank you guys. And yeah, I'll see you soon. Going down under. Adios.